Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome to Master of Command. A recently released game a little bit ago that I believe is, what is it? The second game, isn't it? From some rather large historical YouTuber. Armchair Historian, I think? I may be incorrect, but I think so. I watch frighteningly little YouTube these days, but I believe so. And it takes place in a rather intriguing period in history that is not covered by a lot of video games, if damn near any video games. I think the only historical period that has received less entertainment than this one is Pike and Shot, which is deeply upsetting, but oh well indeed. Also, thank you to the top chat participants of last stream, the Inner Circle, Brandon and Harry, the human substitute Aranka. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you. Oh, and Axie, did you know the Holy Roman Empire was Holy Roman and an empire? It is true. Well, it was neither holy, and it wasn't very Roman, but it was an empire. That is true, at least, the one part there. I know very little about this game. Tutorial? How dare you? No. We're not playing with a tutorial on, are you insane? No. We will sink or swim like God intended for us to do. Thank you very much. Right. You have the British. The Austrians. Ugh, disgusting. The Kingdom of Prussia. That's better. I like the Prussians. The Russian Empire. Okay, I don't mind those either. The Kingdom of France. The Kingdom of France. Now, there is a debate as to whether or not the Kingdom of France or the Republic of France under Le Napoleon was superior. Personally, you know, I kind of gotta go with the Kingdom of France, honestly. They were responsible for a tremendous amount of technological and military development, a lot of which Napoleon kind of, just appropriated for his own uses. He advanced on it as well, no doubt about it, but I feel as if Napoleon's influence upon the French army has been somewhat overstated. Rather, we should give him credit for the invention of the mass mobilization system and general service. And the, mass usage of batteries, that too was effective, but hey, it's not necessarily that much of a remarkable move to simply go, those big things over there, things that go boom, yeah? Point all of those over there. And the faction we will be playing off as, of course, the one and only Holy Roman Empire. I do love the HRE. I do love the HRE, they're very cute. They didn't do much, they didn't exist for long, they didn't achieve much, necessarily, other than falling apart, but I nevertheless adore them. Now, we have many things here, none of which I know what do, but I'm sure I'll learn as I go along. Hello, difficulties, familiar with the game mechanics? Well, I'm not familiar with the game mechanics. I'm new to Master and Commander, I'm not gonna play easy, fuck you. Completed multiple playthroughs. Well, I haven't done that either. Custom. Ooh, custom. Ah. Well, I wish I knew what most of this actually meant. One regiment, each enemy brigade is doubled. Enemy campaign speed, headquarters delay, resource and item cost. Stuff. I guess I'll go for Colonel then, which seems like the fairest difficulty of just, nothing. Iron Man. Iron Man mode is tempting. Yes, to make up for my earlier weakness, I like Iron Man mode. Campaign Seed, okay, in case you want to replay the same thing, very well. Save name, hurry. 1, that's fine. Certain off. I've been playing the tutorial of Shadow of Forbidden Gods today. Interesting game. Also, Skald Against the Black Priory. Really good game. Shadow of the Forbidden God is a great video game, it is true. Okay, so we begin with a set of scenarios. Protect Fansonia, reinforce Thuringia, protect Bohemia. Sector must manage your army, secure 5 commerce or whatever so called training is acquired. Shoot and scoot doctor is acquired. Saxon and Chevaliers, junior army. The Prince George Grenadiers. Oh, so you got a little bit of an army map too. Okay. All right. Well, I want these guys in the fancy hats, so I'm going to take this one. Act 1. Ooh, there are acts. Franconia. Okay, so this, I believe, then, is my army. Von Hossel Hol Hol Hor. Can I remake? Ah. Much better. Much better.
Trick or treat.
Oh, hello. Whereas upon you, General, the army stands at the frontier. Though modest in size, your force are disciplined and in good order. Nearby depot lies ahead. Lightly defended, it will serve as a starting point to begin your campaign, though you'll need to press onward soon after. The land is open and the road is clear, ideal for seeking out skirmishes and encounters. Get patrols boldly, even those larger than your own, the troops are of low quality, and the spoils and equipment will serve your army well. Right, okay, so there's a campaign map too. Nice, nice. Never know, so I'm from Sweden. Also, why all the streams and vids, the 720 these days? Did you mess with the settings? I haven't done anything. I remember, I needed to learn a look at that. I was going to look into that, because it's supposed to just do the same as it's always done. I don't believe I've actually changed anything. Let me actually make a note of that. Look into why it's streaming at 720p, because that's retarded. There. Yeah, it shouldn't. It genuinely shouldn't. It should not. Okay, this is going to be a tiny bit risky. Yeah, let's not fuck with that whilst the stream is live. That would break something. That would guarantee... Oh. I'm sorry, chat. I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. I broke something! Now the question becomes, what did I break? Oh, there we go. Yes, chat. I don't think we will. Oh, yeah, I don't think we will be messing with this right now. We'll leave that be. We'll leave that be for later, but I'll check it out. And no, there's no Sweden, which is good. You know, I should name these after people. Okay, everybody who donates $10 or more gets a unit named after them. There. Axes horse lovers. Not like that. Oh, can you... Ooh, nice. Oh, that's oh, now that's actually kind of cool. I like that. There. Axes horse lovers get to be pink and white. I like that. I like that quite a bit. The ability to customize unit appearance, that's very nice. That is very nice. That is very, very neat. Also, is there a flag with a horse on it? Yes, there is. Perfect. Pink, obviously. There. Perfect. Okay, what's the rest of this? Regimental staff chaplain, casualties restored. That sounds useful. Hey, you horse lovers, you get a chaplain. You fucking need it.
Service
He crosses himself immediately. No, Lord, save me. Casualty restored 35%. Imperial recruits. Okay, you're my musketeer, so you're probably gonna be my frontline unit. Schul musket. Okay, German firearms. Here you go. Infantry hangers. Melee damage. I'll keep that for now. Melee damage 25. Move speed 6. I don't know if I want to reduce move speed. And more casualty restoration. Right, I don't know if that stacks. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just take away all of your men? I apologize.
You ignorant slut.
One musket basic, Schul musket basic. I'm assuming the Schul musket is better than the one musket. Okay. Right, I think I'm having a general understanding of how video game functions. Maybe, possibly, who knows? Western civilization, name my unit! Ah, okay, Western's cowboys. Do we have a horse? Do we have a cow? We don't have a cow. That's unfortunate. Ah, we'll just do a cross. I guess after all, they did wipe out the Indians. A Sujad, Irish car bomb. God damn it. Okay, very well. I don't know if they had cars back then. Alright, I feel like you should be green or something. What are the colors of the Irish flag? Is it just green? It's just green, isn't it? Is it? Green and yellow. Let's... Yeah, the Irish flag is green and yellow. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, green and yellow. There you go. God, this is going to look like a truly ridiculous fucking army. And Draken, I want my claws unit, and when you play Stone Shard, soon. Quote unquote. There, Draken's dogs. I like that. God, now I need, oh. Yes, I like that. I like that. I need more units before I can name more stuff. God damn it, okay. How do I get more stuff? Supply cache, that sounds useful. Only guard a supply post lies before us, but a handful of enemy stragglers stand watch. Within its walls are captives and stores of provisions and powder. If it starts 50, we may seize one part of the stock or free the prisoners before the guards can muster defense. Scouts report their strength is slight, and our men are confident the fight will be ours. Okay, well, I don't know what resource I need, but... dudes are, in my experience, always needed. Okay, so this then leads us to the combat menu, I'm presuming. Silver, Art, have you heard that Senator Mike Lee is pushing a bill to allow Trump to issue letters of marque to combat drug cartels? Fuck yes! Piracy are making a comeback in a big way in the year of our Lord 2026. Bill Mulvaney, a Bud Light can for me, my sir. I don't know what that looks like, but I need more units. Okay, let's see. Right, basic RTS, Total War style controls. Nice, nice. No command groups. Well, that's fucking weird. Really? Why would you not have command groups? Why would you not have command groups? That is mildly baffling. Okay, somewhat limited camera, that's fine. Can I zoom in? I can, but very, very slowly. Okay, God, not having access to command groups is going to be very, very annoying for a while, I imagine. And over there are some bad people, yeah? Right, well... Get into the forests for now, that seems sensible. And then we have ammunition back there, right. This is cover, these are unit stats, move speed, charge. Okay, so things like move speed and charge are negatively affected by terrain, that makes sense. I wonder... How intelligent do we think the enemy AI is? I think we're gonna have a quick little test of that. So, do hedgerows and stuff count like... cover? Oh, elevation! Interesting. I wonder what elevation does. Like, if I put the unit behind this, will they gain cover? Alright, toggle bayonets. Run to tremendous, the musket increases melee damage. Does it decrease range damage? Uh... 21, 115... Yes, yes it does, by like a very, very small percentage, but it does increase accuracy. Okay, nice, nice. Ah, and things like hedgerows do grant cover. Nice, I like that. So organic cover. Very nice, very neat. Right, what am I actually fighting? I am fighting some infantry and Prussian provincial cavalry. Okay. Well, Axe's horse lovers are what? What are you? I should probably have figured that out first. What are you? Uh-oh. What art thou? I have no fucking clue. Well, they're horses. I know that much. Yes, they're horses. And there's 900 of them. And there's 800 of them. Right, if they carry carbines, I'm going to presume they are dragoons. Now, dragoons in the Holy Roman Empire context means medium to heavy cavalry, so they're sort of charge-esque cav? You don't have bayonets, do you? No, you don't. Right, I'm quite happy to just have them opposite the enemy cavalry then, in that case. Now, let's do a little bit of an IQ test on the AI here. If it's a nice and retarded AI, it's going to wander its happy little ass all the way out of the forest, and then it's going to stop at my maximum engagement range to be shot to pieces whilst I chill in heavy cover. Elevation 15%. Ah, yep. Okay, it's that kind of AI. Right. That'll certainly make it a bit easier to manipulate. So how about you then? Are you gonna... you're just gonna charge me, huh? Okay, I'll give you a volley and then charge you back. What is that bar? Amount of the units... well... Okay, never mind. So they need to build momentum by charging a certain distance, is what I'm going to be presuming. That's a nice idea, I like that. Right, well, the Prussian cavalry's been driven off, easy peasy. No, it's just provincial cavalry, so basically mounted militia, so, you know. And then we have an overall strength bar at the top with friendly and enemy morale. Okie dokie. Ooh, volley fire. Nice. Right, well, you just line up directly behind them, ready another volley, and then I think we'll charge to finish them off. Meanwhile, we will begin repositioning Draken's dogs to take care of the second unit. Double time it, dogs. Alright, their morale is a bit wavering. The enemy cavalry has rallied. We've got time. Let's give them another volley before we charge in there. Alright, a nice synchronized volley too. Well, synchronized sort of, anyways. Alright. Each unit charge is fully clean. Right, if my video game sensors are correct, that should be a broken unit, although they're holding out better than I would have expected, so maybe this is a little bit too early of a charge, although, I mean, they are absolutely butchering them, so... There we go. I mean, they traded something like 20-1, so I am not necessarily disappointed by that engagement. The provincial cavalry has rallied. We'll let those horses follow them for a little bit, but they are getting exhausted. Right. Break them off. Meanwhile, over here, this unit is beginning to... Right, hold your fire. Prepare to charge them. Full charge momentum, 100% charge skill damage. Okay, so it does need to charge up to, like, do the full hit. That makes sense. Probably should have organized them into something other than a firing line before I charged, if that even matters, but there you go. All right. An interesting combat system, if maybe a pinch simplistic. Then again, I've engaged with it for all of, like, 5 minutes, so who knows? I don't like charging them like this. Alright, so enemy units can and absolutely will come back in the fight after recovering morale. Okay, once the enemy army breaks, it breaks permanently. Alright. Alright, not too bad for a first engagement, figuring out what exactly is working on here. And after the battle, you get loot. We do like loot. Victory at Altdorf, yay! And oh, okay. And more items. I do like the items quite a bit. Veterancy, provisions, conscript reservist, casualty restored, ransom, thalers, ammunition. Right. Veterancy? I mean, I don't know about the other resources, but veterancy, one would think, would be universally useful, right? Yeah. Replenish army strength. Okay, do I know how much army strength I require, or am I just... Do I just need to hit the button and hope for the fucking best? Okay. You hit the button. Oh, Jesus. Okay, you hit the button and you hope for the best. Right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Gun picks, press the hard tool, clear event holes, is low power, so spinning a loader for the season. Hand. Oh, that's nice. We'll give that to you guys. Captured regimental flag, cannot be equipped. Also, sell value, because that's just money. Light saddles, that's for Axie's horse lovers, obviously. Some more breastplates, which I don't really have a use for. And haversacks, morale and stamina. Okay, nice. Captured uniforms, which is more money, I presume, and large limber chest, suggesting that there is indeed artillery in the video game. Good. Okay. Now, I'm a bit surprised by this. This is almost like the Band of Brothers, like, you know, that video game with the mercenaries in it. That one. Oh, hello. Feel I mean they are defeating the assault to capture the region and end the act. Okay, so that's what I need to beat. It's got 13,000 dudes. Okay, I think I have less than 13,000 dudes. In fact, I'm fairly certain I had less than 13,000 dudes. Yeah. Right, so convoy encampment. Let's just head to the city for now, I guess. Oh, okay. Officers, staff, college, specialists, quartermaster. Alright, let's sell some of our stuff. I don't want to keep the cuirasses around, honestly, so just get rid of that. Interesting. This was not at all how I anticipated this game to play. Not at fucking all. It's fascinating. Ooh, cannons. Nice. Okay. Okay. An Argray, hey Arch, is that game when you send couriers to your orders and there is delay? Is that the game? No, this is not that. This seems to be a one-to-one immediate order kind of thing. Alters, also want to have red and white uniforms, if possible. I will try to remember that. In fact, we'll probably buy another unit now. No, that is, oh god, what? Waterloo something? I've forgotten its name. It's very like the, Ultimate Camp, no. I don't even remember the name of it now. But there is a game that does that, and it's a very cool idea, but it doesn't really work out particularly well mechanically, if I'm to be honest. Right, let's remember that we add that to altars. There you go. I wouldn't mind more dudes. So they're both. Oh, hello. Okay. Okay. Right. I think we'll buy a unit of Imperial recruits. We'll buy some ammunition. And we'll leave it at that for now, just because I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Axel's horse lovers, Western Scouts, Scar bombers, back in stocks. Imperial recruits. God, who was first on the list? Silver Sky, Janmulve, or Argray? God, that's a good question. I need to make a list of this now. Now, Argray, you get to have a dude. Dylan Mulvaney, you get to be a commander. There you go. Dylan Zoo Mulvaney. Brilliant. That's perfect. I like that. That's absolutely ideal. There, I like that. And red and white uniforms. How very basic, sir. How very basic. May shame be heaped upon you and your kind. And a little bit of gold there, just because it looks nice. Alright, I don't know what these other things on the map are, but secure 4 encampments. Okay, that's an objective, so let's go do that. That's an encampment, that's an encampment, that's an encampment. The exiled officer, your grace, we come upon a small but well-appointed camp, set apart from the road and kept in good order. It belongs to a displaced officer, his home overrun and his command scattered. He claims to be without position, but not without talent. If we have men in need of command, he may persuade to join us. A paid commission might encourage him to accept. Persuade? I don't really need another officer, so... Convoy. A ragged procession of civilians is making its way westwards. No arms among them, only wagons laden with household goods, children in tow, and hollow-eyed men watching the roads. We may choose to escort them safely, it will cost us time, but some may join our cause and gratitude. If instead we plunder their carts, we may lose more than we gain, if not an army will abide such conduct. Okay, I'll take $60 to escort them out, I guess. Oh, okay, so the enemy headquarters will actually just come attack me in 100... Okay, right, okay, I need to be a little bit less cavalier with my usage of time. Fair enough. This encampment has been repurposed into a field hospital, with tarpaulins hung and bloodied men lying on pallets both with and within and without. To our surprise, the wounded wear enemy colours. We may spare them, make use of the place jointly, or drive them out and claim the grounds for our own wounded alone. Mercy or expedience, each has its cost. Share the hospital. It's gain for nothing. I'll just take that. Our scouts have stopped a line of civilian wagons bound for the enemy with the provisions to replenish their force in the region. The drivers plead for release, offering a portion of their cargo in return for safe passage. We may seize only what we need or take the lot and cripple their delivery. The rest will sour opinion among the ranks and may drive some to desert. Really? Sir, how dare you deny the enemy of supplies? That's not very chivalrous of you. Really? 1 week faster? Oh, definitely not. Yeah, take it then. Fuck it. I'll delay them by a week. Fuck yes. This is an intriguing way of doing it. It was not at all what I expected. Alright, secure 4 encampments. I can click on them. Okay, nice. 1, 2... Okay. Right, I think I'll head down south then. So you've kind of got to use your days economically, because within a certain amount of time, the enemy HQ comes looking for you and just fucks you to death. Okay. Nice, interesting. Slums. Do I want to visit the slums? A bitter quarrel has engulfed the local populace, splitting families and entire quarters into warring camps. The cause is long forgotten, but the bloodshed persists. One side flies the banner of the local magistrate, the other a peasant militia seeking to cast him down. We may throw our lot in with the authorities, offering coin to bolster their defense. If they prevail, they have agreed to reward us with the cash of arms. Alternatively, we could provision the rebels who beg only for food to sustain their struggle. Should they succeed, they will pledge us men to draw from their numbers.
Trick or treat.
100 thalers, 3 weapons. Provisions. How many? I've got food. 1,200 reservists. I'll take the guns. Which didn't really get me anything particularly interesting, but fuck it, I do hate peasants. So, what have I got? You've got worn musket, Charleville musket. Great range, very poor melee. Okay. No stat basic, worn musket basic. I'm presuming this is just going to be... Yeah, it's just better. Okay. And a sword! Regular sword basic, presume. Okay, well. There you go. Sword. Sword. Day 167. Okay. Alice Anderson, back in the day, I made a unit of British Dragoons that could break 3 inferior infantry regiments in about 5 seconds, all by giving them items. They had 110% accuracy with their carbines, believe it or not. Oh, another field hospital. Okay, well, I'll take another free bunch of reservists. Why not? Oh. Do I take attrition by going into mountains? Well, that would make sense. This camp was abandoned in haste. Cooking fire still smolder and scattered kit lies strewn about the ground. And must have left in a great hurry, though the reason is not immediately clear. The White Walkers! We may search the camp for supplies, take time to pull up the works entirely. The latter may draw attention and possible patrol may return before we finish. Facing a tough enemy field army. Fuck it. Let's see what let's see what a tough field army looks like. 8,000. Okay, so oh Jesus. Okay, that's more than I was perhaps hoping for, but okay. Alright, so when the game says face a tough enemy, the game doesn't necessarily lie to you. Very well, and they've got artillery, which annoys me tremendously, because I don't have any artillery. I did just get the Prince George Grenadiers, though. Right, so I have high ground on my right, but no cover. I have cover in the center. I have cover over here. Right. I've got 4 basic infantry units, 1 grenadier, and a cavalry unit. Against 6 enemy infantry unit. Okay. But all of these are recruits. Right. I think we will aim to break the enemy's recruit with the grenadiers. I really hate the fact that I don't have command groups. That is mildly upsetting to me. Right, if I want to break the enemy's right with grenadiers, which seems sensible, or yes, you know, they're right, yes, my left. Then I hold them off in the forest with skirmishers, maybe? Well, I don't have skirmishers, but, you know, muskets. And the horse lovers. What have we got? We've got musketeers on the phalanx. And I'm a little worried about the hussars. So the hussars should be light cavalry, which I should be able to defeat with my dragoons in a straight-up fight, I think. Because again, dragoons in the HRE context would mean medium to heavy cavalry. I would like to use the high ground, but I don't think I have a good opportunity to do so. So, does formations do... Oh, hello. Line provides high firepower, slow movement, locks you into line formation. Column provides very quick movement and much lower firepower. Attack on quick movement, high charge damage, but low firepower. Oh, okay, right. Okay. Nice, so formations do change things. That's good, that's good. Right, let's go with the... If I go over there... And then I could fill this with 2 units. Then the Prince's Grenadiers. And the commander person. Alright, let's see how this works out. Right, I'm assuming their cavalry, their artillery doesn't have range on me, right? Yes. Fight core field artillery. Okay, so they're more militias. Don't think this turn front, turn speed, turn accuracy. Right, whatever they are, I doubt they're particularly large cannons. Maybe like 3-pounder, 6-pounder, something like that. Nothing to be stupendously worried about. Okay, get you in a column formation, and let's have you move in on the flank. Oh god, units do move a lot faster in column formation, don't they? Like a lot faster. Like a lot faster. I'm a pinch worried about the enemy cavalry.
Are you ready to rut this yellow mare's fluttery buttery bud?
Fluttery buttery butt. Oh, lum you filth. Right. Oh. I've entered the range of the enemy artillery. Nice to know. We'll form these into an attacking column. Spread these out into a firing line. And we're going to want to keep you on the flank to keep that nice and steady. Oh, you have grenades! Interesting. Right, hold fire. What's the enemy's maximum range? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take Van Valley, only Van Valley of enemy fire at maximum range. Then we're gonna advance. Grenades. Resume the advance. Oh, they are so fucking fast. They are so fucking fast. All right. Now, a volley. Followed by the charge of the Royal Grenadiers, the Holy Grenadiers. Yes, yes. Okay, well, that worked out exactly like I thought it would. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Where's the enemy cavalry? Oh, God, where's the enemy cavalry? Okay, they're going way onto my flank. I don't love that. I don't love that. Okay, reposition this unit slightly. Okay. Okay, cavalry, take care of the fleeing unit just to make sure that they don't get to turn around. Grenadiers, I see no reason not to just throw you in the ass of the next Freikorps unit. Which results in another mass rout. Okay, excellent. Right, still worried about that enemy cavalry, which is indeed going like a full flank. Okay, continue falling back there. I've got their other flank getting rolled up, so that's not a problem. They have routed the enemy unit. Excellent. Go keep that other unit routed. And we'll try to chase off their cavalry with a couple of volleys of musket fire. And we'll start rolling up the rest of their flanks. Right. Maintain maximum distance to minimize the damage done by the cannons. All fire. Right, you may advance. Alright, there comes the cavalry. Right, I did deliver a nice volley to their front. I've got my commander directly behind this unit. I am hoping that will be enough to hold. I mean, that is a front charge of hussars into a brace of okay, you guys have shattered that unit. That is a brace of bayonet musketry that should withstand a unit of hussars charging them frontally. I don't see any real reason why they shouldn't. All right, grenadiers. Fuck it, grenade them. I just want that unit packing. There you go. Alright, yeah, this is going perfectly. This is not, yep, this is going just fine. Alright, break that unit as well. How did we... Yeah, we dealt with the hussars. In fact, the hussars over there. Right, perfect. Okay, yeah, easy peasy. Nothing to it. The grenadiers helped a lot. The grenadiers helped massively. They are exhausted and they've taken a bunch of casualties, but they've broken like 2 enemy units. Oh, wow, they rallied right in front of them, huh? Interesting. They've still got the morale to hold this off, right? Yes, I would think so. Yes, they do. No problem. Another unit shattered. I don't like the amount of casualties my grenadiers have taken. I'm not a massive fan of that. But they've broken now 3 units and chased off a cavalry, so I mean, I'm not really that upset. They have done everything I've asked of them and more. The Western's cowboys have taken a bit of damage. And the cavalry are pretty much exhausted, but they're just going to chase off whatever's left of the enemy over here. They're not going to be able to get into the main fight and do any worthwhile contribution anyway, so... Alright. Well, I might as well cut down a few more fleeing enemies for experience sake, if nothing else. And that is another unit shattered. Excellent. Well, fuck it. Toss the ass lickers into that unit, which should break it quite nicely, and then begin maneuvering to deal with the last unit of Prussian musketeers. Nice. I'm just gonna let the grenadiers chase these guys down and get whatever kills they can, as I am assuming kills give experience. That would seem a sensible assumption to me. Right. Present attack columns and begin moving towards the enemy there. I'm surprised this unit has taken as much damage as it has, considering it should have decent cover. As Amazon, if you chase down fleeing units with your cab, you can farm about 5 levels worth of XP. I'd like a unit that looks like the British Redcoat, please. Everybody wants a unit. Everybody wants a unit. And that also presumably does indeed confirm that, yes, killing things grants experience points, which, you know, is fairly sensible and natural, one would think. Right, hold your fire. Are you actually still, like, touching them? Yeah, you are. Okay, fine. Wait until you're both reloaded. And fire into the Prussian musketeers. Point blank. Followed by a charge. There, that should roll them up nice and easy. I wonder if there's friendly fire in this game, and if I should tell the cowboys to stop shooting. Oh, that worked out pretty well. I'm not too upset with that. Schweinfurt! Schwein! Schwein! Schwienen! Schweine! Schweine! Grease! Pig! Oinkoinks. Well, I got some battle loot, including beer rations, apparently. Veterancy... provisions? Conscripts? Yeah, fuck it, why not? I did take quite a lot of casualties in that one, but it also did rout the entire enemy army, so it's not too bad, is it? Ah, fun art! I have leveled up. I am grand and great now. Oh, Jesus. Okay, you do go through reservists really fucking fast, don't you? You really, really, really do. Alright, this will go to Silky Silver then. No, you know, Gleaming. Yes, I think they shall be silver. Yes, yes. Maybe with little red wire, little red details. Yes. Yes, yes, I like that. That's a handsome-looking unit right there. And red trousers, obviously. Yes, that's a handsome-looking unit. Then I can be Silver Bird. That is a handsome-looking unit. Right, levels. What do levels do? Steadfast. Morale damage received 10, morale speed, Kelly charge 15, officer death chance 5, morale damage 15 received, fire damage received was 5. Okay.
Service guarantees citizenship.
It would probably make sense to specialize the officers, I imagine. So what has he got? Prudent. Combat effectiveness 5, officer command radius 25. Okay, that's not amazing. What about you, Mulvaney? Twice as quick. Stallwood, cover effectiveness 15, charge 15. Speed 10, move speed 5. I like industrious. Deployables. I'm presuming deployables, like that was like deployable cover and stakes and stuff, which would be really nice. Stalwart's also nice, but his cover is 5 charge, but mine is 15 charge. Ugh. Timely, that's just like more damage and move speed, which is also pretty great. I mean, overall, I would think timely, but I really like 10% cover. I think I'm going to go with Industrious, and I'm going to make this my infantry commander. And Arch, I think I'll make a bit of a cavalry commander. Yes, yes, that makes sense. I think, I hope. Light socket bayonet, socket bayonet basic. Okay, so that's charge damage. I don't know where 200 about that. Neustad musket also have good range, poor reload. That sounds kind of shit. I already have the light saddles. Gunless implants. I don't have any of that. Basket hilt. Those are swords. Charge 6, accuracy 2. Oh, those are infantry swords. Interesting. Can I give those to? I can. Yeah, definitely give those to the Silver Guard. Definitely. And beer rations, melee damage for morale. Yeah, definitely. Just fucking melee the shit out of them. Nice. I like the focus on capturing things. That's very nice. Secure 5 convoys. Right, we'll do that next. No, so the combat. The combat is definitely a bit on the basic side, I will say. It's... Oh, hey there. Hello. What are you then? We intercepted a convoy transporting coinage like the treasure of a local garrison being moved under escort. The gold has been hastily packed and there is no time to search it all. We may seize what we can, continue marching, or halt the column, dismantle the wagons fully, and recover every last thaler. That will delay us a full day and may summon a patrol in response. A weak enemy field army. Fuck yeah. Honestly, fighting a weak enemy sounds like a bonus to me. So the combat, I do think the combat is definitely a little bit on the basic side. I mean, it's really fast. It's really, really fucking fast. I do like the focus on formations, though. Oh, hello. Oh, hi there. You've got deployments. Oh, I hope I can steal those. And more hussars. Right. Well, the obvious thing then is, of course, to just deploy my infantry in a frontage and then crush one flank with the Silver Guard. Why would I do anything but? And we'll keep the cavalry in reserve for now. Are they going to advance on me? They are. Wow, interesting. Not that I'm complaining, of course. I'm just a little bit surprised, that's all. But yeah, definitely a bit simple. It's very quick. I like the formations. I would like to see a bit more of that. I would also like to see different firing types, but that might be an unlockable. Because I do think I saw shoot and scoot as a doctrine or something, which would be really nice. And as a lot of this period of warfare was basically defined by a bit of experimentation, with the various commanders trying to figure out new and interesting ways to outfight their enemy, be it firing a different way, reloading a different way, etc. There was actually a fair bit of experimentation going on during this period. See, a lot of people erroneously believe that military technology didn't really advance much until, like, the First World War, basically, and the Second World War, when we saw major technological leaps. No. Military technology was absolutely advancing, and at a fairly high rate as well, even during times like these, because the various factions were always trying to one-up one another, to find a better way to do something, to find a better way to shoot, to aim, to charge, when to charge, how to charge with cavalry, or to use pistols with cavalry, etc., etc. There was a tremendous amount of technological innovation going on, mostly in terms of tactics, slightly less so in the form of weaponry, and that was mostly because weapons were much harder to produce back then. In the modern age, of course, you can produce a new weapon system Damn it. I didn't want to do that. Alright, I'm in great cover. I'm just going to let them take a pot shot at me from max range, then close in to murder them in melee. In the modern age, you can of course produce a new weapon system quite quickly. Very quickly, in fact. Oh, did you fire? You did. Indeed, it was the overestimation on how quickly you could produce a weapon system that was one of the great failures of the French army during the First World War, where the French believed that they would have enough time to develop a new weapon system basically whilst at war. And a volley, please. Charge! Before they get a chance to reload. Ah. That was the absolute anti-timing. The absolute, complete, and utter anti-timing. Right, I'm just gonna let the Grenadiers chase those down because they need the experience, and I'm eating everything else, so I'm just gonna take that. Because back then, of course, you couldn't just make a new gun. No, that wasn't a thing. In fact, even the idea of making a standardized gun was quite complicated and a long-term effort. One of Napoleon's greatest contributions to the French army, for example, was the insistence upon standardized patterns of weaponry, which was, well, whilst not a novelty, many had of course attempted to create standardized patterns of weaponry all the way back to the ancient days, but the idea of doing this on an army level was very, 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 very difficult, simply because you didn't have factory lines. You couldn't just simply send an order over to Rheinmetall and go like, right, I would like a new piece of artillery, sir, with these and these specifications, these and these capabilities, etc., etc. No. What you needed to do was basically approach 1,000 different little smithing workshops, and these 1,000 different little smithing workshops would then need to produce the weapon by hand using hand-operated tools, which obviously meant that any idea of standardization, well, kind of fell through right off the gate, because, well, one guy makes them this way, another guy makes them that way. One guy uses this tool, the other guy uses that tool, etc., etc. And so, the innovations were primarily things like tactic, or in terms of equipment that happened as well. Like armor, for example. It began with the idea that cavalry should wear a lot of armor to increase their protection, mostly against enemy melee weaponry. And then, as melee weaponry grew less outright deadly and more, subservient to ranged weaponry, maneuverability and speed became more important, because you wanted the ability to actually close with the enemy and utilize the maximum advantage of the cavalry, which was, of course, close quarters combat. Charge! Oh. You're coming at me, boy? Very well. Right, that should be the enemy more or less rolled up, I do believe. Nice. Simple enough. And there was also a small inter-period where you had very heavily armored ranged cavalry. Right, I'm thinking I wouldn't mind some conscripts from this, actually. I mean, veterancy is always nice. Oh, I do have an assload of money, though. Hum. I think I'll take the conscripts for this one. I definitely do need to buy myself some more ammunition. Also, can I level these up yet? I can! Nice! Or wait, no I can't. 6 points, fuck me, Jesus. Okay, right, so the upgrade tree costs... Okay, the upgrade tree costs different amounts of points. Alright, that makes sense. No, don't do that. Right, so Weston's Cowboys, you are Imperial Recruit Unit. I can get you Battalion Artillery, Imperial Land Milits, Field Artillery, Imperial Provincial Cavalry. Right. Hold off on leveling any of that, and I'm going to go to the city up north to see if there's anything I can buy of interest there, I think. Let's check the outpost whilst we're here. An outpost of yours lies encircled by enemy forces. Their stores run low and their guns are nearly spent. A message was slipped through their lines requesting immediate support. If you march to the relief, the garrison stands ready to fight alongside us. One of their gun batteries will place in our command. For the duration, field engagement is imminent. And it's one artillery regiment, 7 days pace waiting, face a weak enemy field army. Face a tough enemy field army. Okay. I'm near a city. I can replenish. I'm thinking, fuck it. Let's face the tough enemy army. A free artillery battalion is nice. Alright, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units of infantry, 1 unit of pink Prussian cavalry, and an artillery battery. But I get a free artillery battery too, so I'm very happy with that. Free cannons. Oh, one of the major technological innovations of the era as well was starting to make cannons out of bronze. That was a big deal. People had been using iron in cannon making for ages because it simply kind of seemed to make sense. And iron was easier to... Oh, that is a forested fucking battlefield. Iron was easier to make, you know, tough and durable, whereas bronze, you needed just the right mix to make it so that the gun could handle being fired without, you know, exploding into tiny pieces. And also, of course, being light enough to substantiate iron. Okay, so recruit, land milits, musketeers, recruits. Okay, I guess so I can pretty much just smash through this just like last time. Obviously, I'd want to occupy the forest so that they'd have to cross the river to get to me. The cannons would make sense up on the high ground, duh. The Silver Guard on the right-hand flank. And the Horse Lovers in reserve for the time being. Alright, so let's see. I'd probably want to be... like right about... here, maybe? Alright, you guys, attack column. I'm tempted to just kind of attack column both their flanks. I'm gonna try that. I don't know how this will work out, but I'm gonna try it. Just for funsies, shits and giggles. But yes, oh, there was also a period where they tried heavily armored pistol cavalry. Like, that's one of my favorite units ever, the Pistoliers. The Pistoliers were so cool. So you've got these guys in blackened, like, half-plate, semi-plate armor, right? Wielding long-barreled pistols. Oh, they were so cool. Because the idea was, if you have loads of armor, then infantry weapons and even melee weapons really aren't going to be that big of a deal to you. It's not going to be an issue. And if you've got long pistols, then you don't need to worry as much about the enemy's armor, because what you do is you ride up to the enemy, and due to the length of the pistol, you simply place the pistol against their armor and pull the trigger, firing at literally point-blank range. My artillery battery is incredibly vulnerable now. I am noticing that. I think maybe I'll keep the cavalry a little bit closer to my guns. We'll keep them behind the infantry. That way they'll be able to react to any move the enemy cavalry makes. Right, well, I've got fantastic firing positions here. I see no reason to not stay right where I am. Okay, the enemy cavalry is moving for the flank. Silver Guard, make sure you're holding your fire. Wait for the Cantonist. The Cantonist recruit. So those are Swiss, then, I'm presuming. Oh, they're going to get up close too, huh? Okay, right. Wait for them to fire at as much range as we can get out of them. And forward. Yeah, they're reloading nice and slow. We can get up close. No problems. Just make sure we've got the cavalry on our right to protect ourselves against the enemy's hussars. Grenades! Fire! And charge! Right, how are we doing everywhere else? In fact, these flanks haven't even gotten engaged yet, which is quite lovely. Alright, that's broken. Turn to support the next unit. Halt the march. And charge. Although this might be a little bit too far for them to go. Yep, throw the Silver Guard into their flanks as well, just to prevent them from losing a volley at point-blank range. Prussian Hussars will be met by Axe's horse lovers. And this unit should be absolutely fucking mauled. Oh, yes it is. Yes, it is. Counter charge. Excellent. Right, move on to deal with the artillery, as the dragoons should easily be able to whip the hussars' ass. There you go. No problems. Proceed to chase down the Swiss recruits, please. And my main line is taking basically no damage because they're heavily fucking entrenched in a forest. Brilliant. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oh, no, no. Chase them. Chase them, my darlings. Oh, did I order you to charge them? I did, didn't I? Don't worry about charging them, but just... Actually, just grenade the little bastards. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. That will hopefully break them. Yes, well, it retreated them. That's good enough for now. Right, let's not exhaust our men too much in case we need them to go running anywhere. Right, rearrange the horse lovers to get ready for another fight with the hussars. Feel free to fire if you feel like it. Do I need the Gleaming Guard? Why not? Yes, let's send them down there. Alright, we'll begin repositioning that unit. Countercharge the hussars. And you guys fire off one more volley, then it's back to the charging again. Go! Right, that ought to chase the hussars straight off the board. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can just go for the recruits now. Excellent. Hey, maybe I shouldn't use my artillery to bombard the unit I'm charging. That may be a wise decision to not do that. Who knows? Artillery shells, they didn't really have very functional IFF back then. It was very rudimentary identify friend foe for the average cannonball. Tragic though that may be. Oh, hello. I've actually been routed on that side over there. I did not expect that. I feel like I was taking so little damage that wouldn't really be a concern, but apparently it was. I need to pay more attention to my fucking dudes, apparently. Pride cometh before the fall and all that. Right, you guys... Yeah, you can just continue chasing that down. That's fine for now. Pride cometh before the fall indeed. Right. Let's get you deployed in line to engage these enemies, and yep, you're gonna rally. Good. Alright, I'm still not very worried about the state of affairs and things in general, but I clearly do need to pay a tiny bit more attention to my units. Okay, Draken's dogs are still doing fine. That unit is taking quite the beating. In fact, let's refocus on this unit. The artillery should already be refocused on it, although I doubt they're going to be hitting much from that distance against a target obscured by the tree line. But hey, you never know. Speaking of, do you need ammo? Do you have an ammo counter? Do you just run out of ammunition? I presume you just run out of ammunition. I would be surprised if they didn't. Okay, there goes that enemy. Okay. Reposition that unit in case we need it. I don't like the casualties I'm taking, my grenadiers. I don't love it. Well, it's more casualties than I would like. More than I would want. Okay, you guys still a bit tired. Let's let them recover for a bit. I'm tempted to charge them, but I feel like that's a little bit too risque. If anything, I think I might use my speed to just get out of this not brilliant trade with the Prussian musketeers. Drag them into my reinforcements instead. How are you guys doing? You are recovering nicely. Excellent. Let's have you deal with those troops. Make sure that they do not rally. We'll face these with Weston's cowboys. Come on, poor artillery. Are they out of range of anything? No, they can still kind of shoot at that unit. Nice. Speed it up, boys. Speed it up. There. Alright, couple more volleys and we should have this in the bag. Oh, and there's the ammunition. Ammunition 11%. Right, yes, they do not have unlimited ammo. I would have been very surprised if they had unlimited ammo. Now, this unit, however, I would not mind charging. We can give them a point-blank range musket salvo, followed by a quick charge. There. That should be the final action of the battle, I do believe. Unless I've somehow severely misjudged this situation, which, I mean, they're holding out a lot better than I would have anticipated, but there we go. Another glorious victory for the Holy Roman Empire. That is now out of ammunition. Yeah, I think we're gonna do the ransom this time, because I'd like some bullets, please. Ooh. Well, I had reserves. I do not have any reserves anymore. Let's go to Schweinfurt and see if we can't actually use some of this incredible amount of money I've got. There you go. Ammo and recruits and food. Perfect. And a barracks too, where we can buy artillery, we can buy recruits, musketeers, and land bullets. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Right. Let's see. What do we got? We can level Axe's horse lovers up, which gives us Imperial Cuirassiers. Do I want cuirassiers? I mean, they're obviously going to be amazing charge cav, I presume. Although a cuirassier is, I guess a cuirassier would be more like melee cavalry. But suffice to say, they'd be a hell of a lot better in fucking melee than my Imperial Dragoons would be. But I would lose the ability to shoot with my horses, which is a little sucky. I can level these guys up into anything. What can I buy? I can buy basic infantry and an artillery battery. Okay, what about the artillery battery I do have? They're equipped with 3-pounder guns. Wow, that is fucking sad. Fucking 3-pounders. Ugh. Ugh. Purchase a new brigade costs 600 money. That's a lot of money. sell that, because I can't use it for anything. I do have a lot of money. Ooh, that's very nice. So it would cost me like 740 gold to get another army, basically. Which is a lot of money, but I'm going to want to do that eventually regardless. Let's make sure we've got enough dudes and ammo first and foremost. Did they have, like, the artillery? Yeah, they had a foundry. Right, okay, so that's it. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. 400. Oh, 400 gold. Wow, okay. Jesus. Okay, dokie. That's, a lot. That's a lot.
Are you ready to rut this yellow mare's fluttery buttery bud?
Jibukajibujuski. You can get reserves and maybe recruits from muster. Muster. Raise 25 reserves per regiment daily. 4 times raising a free recruit unit per day of mustering. Increase 1 by 1 daily. 4 by 1 for settlement. Again, a free point of veterancy and recruits raised for the mustering prayer brigade. Campaign must believe. Campaign must be 50 field. Stars prayer and regiment all day. Okay. But do I probably don't want to do that now. I mean, that's nice, but do I want to do that now? And so, Dibs on artillery, Phoenix Point, Unreal Worm, and Gears Tactics. Don't you already have a unit? You already have a unit, you little cheap shit. Yeah, you already have a unit. The artillery goes to whoever donates $10 next. Imperial Field Artillery. Right. Do I want to go with the big expense now? Yes. Yes. Yes, I want to go with the big expense now. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get that guy because I like his orderly. That's nice. Von Stetten. Right, and then I can get some units. And I want a second unit of artillery. Fuck, that's expensive. Holy... God, that's a lot of money. God, that is a lot of money. But I want that unit of artillery. I want another unit of infantry. Imperial recruits. Württemberg musket... Württemberg Feldjäger. Are they different? Imperial Landmilits. Württemberg Grenadiers. No, they can all become Württemberg Grenadiers. Okay, so there's no difference in that, but there's some difference in equipment? Yes, okay. And these are, of course, higher level. Another $652 for the musketeers. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of fucking money.
Are you ready to rut this yellow mare's fluttery buttery bud?
But I really want to make this into a unit of cavalry. So, what are the units I have? So they can become Kreisgrenadiers, Musketeers. Kreisgrenadiers, Musketeers. Anything. Anything. And these are already max level, I presume. Okay. Oh, do I want to spend that much money? Fuck it. Fuck it. Yes, I do want to spend that much money. And then you become cavalry. Oh, that's a lot of money. I'm poor.
I have lost.
Right, but I've got garbage to sell. Just when I've handed out what I need, I can sell the garbage. So that's okay. The Blue Ninja, Happy New Year, Arch. Call it Ashcore's Accurate Artillery. And Michael Vogel, I'm behind Lazamadi for the party. Very well, as it happens, there are 2 artillery batteries, so there you go. Accurate artillery. There you go. Michael's compensators. Yes, I like that. Right, we've got an infantry unit. It has basic equipment musket, which is nice. I have a Charleville musket, basic. Does anybody still use, like, shit musket? Neustad musket. Farm, good range, poor reload. Farm, great range, very poor melee. That's fine. I don't really give a shit about the melee on my shooty units, for obvious reason. Potsdam musket, excellent reload, poor charge. That's fine as well. I can farm, German farm, good accuracy. Good accuracy. Good accuracy, right. Horrible range, considers 25 less ammo per volley. Well, that's nice, I guess. Right, and for the artillery, canister round, basic, max range 45, ammo consumption plus 150%. Jesus. Yeah, you can't have a cartridge box. Yeah, that makes sense. Accuracy reload. Reload 6. Right, let's stack all of that on one of them to begin with. Large limber chest, stamina 6, ammo consumption 25. I don't love the stamina decrease, but I'm assuming that's probably good. Heavy saddles, melee damage received -5. That sounds better than the light saddles.
I have lost.
Right, let's make you cuirassiers then. They're Imperial cuirassiers. Oh, you do retain your carbines, do you? Huh. I am mildly surprised by that, actually. But very well. Oh, you can unlock new slots. Oh, okay. Nice. Haversacks. Alright. Give them the light saddles. They don't actually have carbines at all, do they? They've just got reservist swords. Okay, that's not ideal. Yeah, give you the light socket bayonet, because it's... Stop doing that. It's an upgrade to what they've got. Skull caps, melee damage received. I don't care. Breastplate. Do I want to give them breastplates? The movement speed, just... I don't like the idea of reducing their movement speed at all. Coffee rations. Will you not have cheese? What do you mean you won't have cheese? Hey, Draken's dogs will have cheese. Why don't you want cheese? You know, if anything, I need to give these guys the recovery medicine. Yeah, here. You need it. You keep taking ass loads of casualties. You need that stuff. Right, and then let's sell the shit I've got. So, sell that, because I don't like the idea of slowing down my cavalry. I really don't. Sell these. Keep the dragoon sword. Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. It'd be nice with a button to organize this a little bit more easily. Right, do I have... I do. I have soul carbines. Would I like carbines? I do want a carbine. So yes, please. Give me the carbine, which puts me back down to pauper status again. Right, here you go, and you can have the sword too. Right, so let's buy another 50 ammo, just for the sake of it, and that looks pretty good. I've got myself an army now. I'd love... Ooh, earthworks, that would be nice. I'd really like earthworks. But I can't defend making that investment. I'd love some cannons, and cannons are pretty cheap. Well, actually, no, cannons are not pretty cheap. Cannons are fucking expensive, right? Never mind. I need more money. That's what I need. I need more money. Okay, so I've got one convoy there, one convoy there, one convoy there. Right, I think we're going to head northwards then. Bad people. Come and see here. Schnell. Something or other. Kreisgrenadiers, good cheap grenadiers, 1,600 grants. You could have done muster for regiment, filled up like all regiment groups, just like that. Also, fortune upon all your house and curse and haters. I do need to try that mechanic just to see what it does. Yes. Well, this is a fucking perfect battlefield, isn't it? Yeah, this is pretty much ideal. Okay, get the cannons up on the higher ground. Sure, why not? And then we're just gonna fucking smash their flanks with cavalry and kill all of them. Recruits, recruits, musketeers. Okay. Send the cuirassiers against the actual musketeers. The Landswehr against the recruits. Artillery! Up on the hill, where you belong.
You ignorant slut.
I feel like the enemy should just be surrendering right about now, honestly. Alex Hansen, keep one of each. Musket, bayonet, capture uniform, capture flag on you at all times. They come useful for random events. Remember my unit. I forgot about your unit. I will try to remember your unit. I will make an attempt. An effort. I do need a unit for little Larry Gray. No, yeah, Alex Hansen. There you go. Right, well, if they want to cross here in the water, that would be perfect. Just line up the cuirassiers to crush them. And focus the artillery on that flank infantry unit. So that Western's cowboys and his little Landwehr cavalry can kill them all for experience. Wow, that was some terrible shots. That's not even in the same area code as what you were aiming for, but hey. Nice try, I suppose. You know, good effort. Try again. I mean, they're just little 3-pounders. What can you expect from them? They're basically toy guns. That's all they are. Playthings. I am assuming elevation probably increases accuracy. That would make a certain degree of sense. Give them one more volley, and then we'll have the cuirassiers murder them. Right, let's check out the cuirassiers. How hard do you hit? I would imagine hard. They are just going for me, huh? Alright. Let's see how Landwehr deal. So that's pretty much a front charge, but it's a front charge against basically militia, so... Oh, they are taking a bit more damage than I would have liked. But the recruits are taking way more damage again, so... Ah, yeah, they're broken. And they wiped out the musketeers too, no problems. Nice. Excellent! A good, clean fight. And now we just let the cavalry chase down some enemies for experience, whilst the little Swiss recruits in the middle are destroyed by overwhelming volleys of fire. Easy peasy. And a fresh 200 bucks. Schweinfurt. Right. The veterancy. Veterancy. Very little damage. Excellent. Another level. Fierce. Melee damage plus 10. Accuracy minus 5. Brave. Morale damage received 15. Fire damage received plus 5. Focus. Range. Fierce. Obviously. If this is going to be cavalry, fierce. Mulvaney. What do you got today? Steady. Melee 5. Charge 5. Useless. Morale damage received 15. Fire damage received terrible. Artillery reload speed 15, artillery accuracy. Ugh, none of those are really all that good. Reroll? God. Reroll? Efficient, I guess? None of those are very good, but... Efficient, reload speed, you know, minus 10 stamina isn't great. Like, that's gonna fuck me over long term, but... Ugh. Alright, so I need to keep a unit of captured uniforms on me. Oh, that's a 6-pounder. Nice. And a captured flag. Okay, I'll try to remember that. And what was it? A unit of musket? Capturing the catch flag and on your musket bayonet. Okay, right. I'll try to remember that. A battlefield. Your Grace, our columns arrived upon the flank of a friendly force and now prepares to launch its final assault upon enemy positions. They requested men to aid in the attack. We may furnish them with reservists as we see fit. Should they succeed, we shall be entitled to a portion of whatever is taken in the assault. What a chance to assault success, commit, likely chance. It's a lot of reservists, but... Fuck it, I don't need them. Assault succeeds. Our detachment formed on the friendly flank and went in with the second line. The enemy position was carried after close volleys and at short push. Their colours drawn off and guns abandoned. Loss among our men were present, but not ruinous, and order was kept. By prior understanding, we received a fair share of what was taken. The detachment has rejoined the column, blooded and steady. It took some casualties, but it wasn't bad. Half of them died. Okay, we have very different definitions of what acceptable casualties are, frankly, but very well, if you say so. let's go get that convoy then. And there's one to the north, yes. We have intercepted convoy. Oh, check the field army, sort of Wakefield army. Oh yeah, no, yep, definitely. Why not? Again, facing a weak enemy is a bonus, if anything. That's just more fucking loot. I like loot. You know, this game is making me want to play Myth. I think it's the art style. The art style kind of reminds me of Myth in a kind of way. Right, I start with a nice hill in my deployment zone. Always appreciated, of course, of course. Alright, the enemy has... Jaegers! Oh, skirmishers! I haven't seen those before. Right, corpse. Right, literally just an army of fucking recruits. Okay, right. I think the cavalry will just smash their right flank then, and then the grenadiers will crush their right flank, and that will be it. That'll be all she wrote.
You ignorant slut.
I'm assuming artillery can fire over artillery. If it can't, then I'm about to blow up half of my own guns. Which would be tragic, but not the first time I've done that, so... It would be a tragedy, but it would be not the first tragedy to occur to my artillery. Artillery has a bit more range now. Do they fire? No, they do need to give me... They do need me to order them to fire. Very well. You may fire upon the bad people over yonder. The enemy is going for a total war deployment scheme, which means rushing all of their men into a big, stupid ball in the center of the battlefield. I recognize this deployment strategy. I've seen it 1,000 times before, just like this. Jitsi Sigma. I like how your rhythm and inflection of speech changes notably when you're reading rather than conversing. Vampire the Masquerade Redemption. Thank you, I think. Probably. VTM Redemption. I shall add that to that. There we go. And the enemy is being blown into tiny, tiny screaming little pieces. How lovely. Well, I mean, just go kill the artillery, I guess. Why not? Hand grenades! Not that they'll actually hit anything because I'm, sideways onto the enemy and stuff, but hand grenades! More hand grenades! Now feel the fury of Germany! Oh, damn. Oh, shattered. The fury of Germany has been felt. Right, so Jaegers are really, really good at shooting. To absolutely nobody's surprise, I imagine. So Jard's Irish car bombers still have not gotten into formation to actually shoot at anything. Hurry on now, boys. Because they did do a lot of shooting damage, and that was against a unit in full cover as well, so those guys really hurt. Oh, fuck. The moment this unit breaks, the battle is over, right? Fuck. I was going to hopefully get some experience on my Landswehr cavalry, but that was apparently not an option, so there you go. Well, thank you for the money. I do appreciate it. Recruit 700 reservists. Not a bad idea. Not a bad
Service
idea.
guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, let's stock off on some reservists, shall we? I didn't take a whole lot of casualties in that fight, so... Nicholas, myth fund when? Also, how is the game not too autistic, I hope? Hope this covers a Dragoon unit. I have many units I need to purchase now. Myth fund. I wouldn't even want to make you pay for myth. I want to play myth, and I want to play myth with the mod, so I can play through the entire campaign at some point. I just, you know, gotta get through other games first. I mean, listen, give me $250 and I can justify pushing myths to the front of the line, but otherwise it'll sit pretty where it is, because I do love myth. Right, what do we get? Delfoot musket. Right, we've got a captured colors and flags. Right, let's keep those on us because we were told to. And one unit of muskets because we were told to, and we don't actually have any bayonets. We do have horses now. Hanoverian horses. Ooh, Hanoverian horses. Let's splurge on an unlock slot for you and give you the horsey porsies. Silver Gorget cannot be equipped. An officer's badge rank plus your shine carries a token of sold for a tidy sum. Okay, so that's just money, I guess. Okay, fair enough. Money is money.
I have lost.
I am not at all in opposition to money. I wonder if there's like a... I guess I'll keep the good quality captured enemy uniforms just in case. Also, I do need to decide on a fucking upgrade path. Okay, so, Veteran Musketeers or Christ Grenadiers. So, the Grenadiers obviously are going to be more charged infantry, and the Veteran Musketeers are obviously going to be more shooting infantry. So, I think it's looking like I'm going to want 4 units of frontline infantry, but I do want more Grenadiers, because the Grenadiers have so far proven themselves to be incredibly good. So having 2 units of Grenadiers is not a bad idea. And it would fit in very well with their name of Irish car bombers. Yes, yes, Grenadiers. Oh, I lack one fucking... I lack 1 point! Got it. Right, Draken's dogs. I've got a lot of options here. So, Württemberg Musketeer. What's the Musketeer unit I have? I have... Don't I get a bonus for... Yeah, 0.5 per unique regiment in the army. Okay, so... I have Kreis Musketeers, and I have Württemberg Musketeers. And I've got Argray's Asslickers, who are just Imperial recruits. Okay, so I would want Palatine or Bavarian Musketeers. How do they... Oh god, they're even better. They're even better, huh? Oh, a lot better. Fuck yeah, they're a lot better. Okay, if I'm gonna want musketeers then, what about Palatine veteran musketeers? Okay, they're just better full stop. Oh, these do reload faster, so there's that. I do want a unit of Jaegers, though, but don't I already have... Yes, I've got Württemberg Musketeers, which can potentially turn into a Feldjäger. Right, let's make you Palatine Musketeers then, and we're going to move you towards Grenadiers. Which means the car bombers can become Kreis Veteran Musketeers. And that means I probably want you to be Bavarian Musketeers? Yes, let's move them towards Bavarian Musketeers. And these are just like linear Imperial Field Artillery, and the Saxon Field Artillery is even better. Yes. Nice, okay, okay. Alright, my army is beginning to come together. Let's buy a round of everything. In the town square, we're gonna sell some muskets, some uniforms, 3-pounder guns. The only thing we've got on offer is a unit of Imperial recruits. Right, but I think I want to try the muster thing instead. I do have some earthworks, which would be nice. Ooh, 12-pounder Licorn. Oh, that would be nice, but it's 600. It's 600 bucks. Holy hell. That is a lot of money. That is a frightening quantity of money. Right, let's go get that thing, and then we might try the muster thing. You'd see if we can maybe get a free regiment or two. That would be nice. Amberg, gunsmith, foundry, powder house, barracks. Ooh, Grenzer Fusiliers. Hello. Ooh, Grenzers. I imagine they have. Yeah, they have got. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. 60 fucking accuracy. Oh, yes. They are going to cost an arm and a fucking leg, but oh, yes. Yeah, I want those. Those look like fantastic snipers. The camp was abandoned in haste. Cooking fire still smolder, and scattered kit lies strewn above the ground. The enemy must have left in great hurry. Oh, I got them. A tough enemy field army. God, oh. Bring it on, I guess. Ooh, bayonets. I didn't need that. Bring it, bitch. Also, for the person who was asking if it was too autistic, not at all. Like, this is a very approachable strategy game. Honestly, this is a very approachable strategy game. The mechanics are fairly simplistic. There's nothing like super complex here. There's nothing like crazy you need to get into. And you do not need that much knowledge about the period at all. I would like it if the game had a bit more in the way of like explanatory tooltips about unit types. Now, most of this is relatively self-explanatory, right? Artillery does artillery things, musketeers does shooting things, grenadiers do chargey things, you know? But it would be nice to maybe have like a little lore blurb going like, oh yes, in the Holy Roman Empire, dragoons were viewed as medium to heavy infantry, whereas if you're playing as Britain, dragoons were viewed as mounted infantry, not heavy or medium cavalry, you know? Alright, so 6 units of infantry. Right, well, we've got cover over here, so we can set up 1 unit, maybe 2 units here. We can set up a 3rd unit here and a 4th unit here, and then the artillery behind. And then we focus on breaking the right flank, I think. Yep, that sounds sensible. Silver's Gleaming Guard. Do I want those as a fire? No, I probably want those on the right. Yep, I want those on the right. But other than that, no, very little autism required. If anything, I'm almost a little bit unhappy with the amount of autism, because I would have liked, well, more. Frankly, I would have liked a bit more autism, a bit more of the simi aspect, a bit more of a focus on like the advancement of technology and the different firing styles and stuff. I would have liked that. I would have liked a bit more. And for you, in your attacking columns. And the artillery directly behind the infantry, and we'll move up the supply trains to provide them with ammunition. The commander will be on the left, where we are likely to face the greatest amount of forward pressure by the enemy. And the cavalry will be able to handle themselves, no doubt. Like, I would love an order system, for example, where you have to send out couriers. That would be really nice in this case, as I think the general gist of the game is simple enough to the point where that wouldn't take too much away from it. Why are you two getting so close? Stop that. You are in range, aren't you? Think so. Yeah, you definitely are. Right, turn on that unit. We'll focus. Okay, yeah. Well. Alright, the artillery is behaving a pinch weird, and they're a bit closer than I would really like them to be, but oh well. Right, this will be a fairly classic case of just crushing the flank. Nice and simple, nothing fancy about it, nothing spectacular. What are those? Hussars. Right, they shouldn't prove too dangerous. Right, well, we're going to use the cowboys to chase that down, and we'll use the cuirassiers to take care of the hussars if needs be. And then the Silver Guard will immediately be used to crush the next unit of recruits down the side. Boom booms! And the volley. Oh. Okay. Very well. Charge? Right, well, that was that was easier than I was expecting, so... Yes, throw your light cavalry hussars against my elite cuirassiers. Why the fuck not? Why the absolute fuck not? Right, well, you guys just advance till point-blank range and empty your muskets into their flanks when you're ready. How are we doing here? We are doing very well indeed. Let's move the commander over, just in case. You're gonna change frontage. That's fine. I'm gonna grenade you then. Enemy hussars are getting driven off. I don't want to stop the pursuit because I don't want them coming back. Nice. Fucking charge. The enemy light cavalry did indeed rally, as I expected, but they'll be shattered by the pursuing cuirassiers. That should not prove a problem at all. Right. Landswehr. Go deal with the enemy artillery before they become annoying again, and the hussars should be pretty much gone. I do want a unit of hussars, I'm thinking. Just something to chase off enemy light cavalry so that I don't have to waste my heavy cavalry just chasing them down, you know? That would be nice. They sure do like turning to focus on my grenadiers, don't they, the little filthy shits? Well, filthy bastards, I tell you. Right, and my holding forces have actually managed to see off the enemy over here, so nothing better than that. Let's move you over into line formation. The cavalry is getting... they literally just rallied. I was about to go like, oh, that unit's a little bit dangerous. Oh, there we go. There was a little bit scary there at the end, but... Nice. Right, what do I need? Ammo? Just give me lots of reservists, because I did take some casualties in that one. Lots and lots of beautiful, beautiful reservists. Who doesn't love reservists? Right, how much until you can level up to a Dragoon unit? Level 4. Nice. Horses. More delectable horses. Here. You may have the pretty horses. The pretty white horses. What's this? Military treaties, Friedrich II. Notes from the king himself covering tempo, maneuver, and fire discipline. A must-have for any Prussian officer hoping to follow in his footsteps. Oh, wait, can you? No. Oh, I guess it's just another item you put on the units. Okay. Alright, very well. Right, bayonets. You have socket bayonet good. Heavy socket bayonet. Excellently. Accuracy -4, reload -2. Accuracy 2, reload 2. 8. Say, now that's actually worse than the good socket bayonet, so Never mind, never mind. Spirit rations, charge and accuracy. I mean, I wouldn't mind to keep a little accuracy on them, yes. Useful. Yay, come here. My primary complaint so far is definitely the combat. The combat, like I love the campaign map. The campaign map is really neat. I love like finding items and getting stuff and managing my equipment, my food and all of that stuff. That is great. I love that. But the combat is pretty damn basic. The combat is pretty damn basic. It seems to be, I mean, this is largely against, you know, low level enemies, I guess I'd say. Like mostly recruits and stuff, so there's, you know, something to be said about that they're obviously not elite enemies, but I imagine the tactics I'd employ against elite enemies would be basically exactly the same, but it will take longer to route them. Or you might need to get a little bit more in the way of like mutual support to make sure you route them properly and stuff. As there's not a tremendous amount of tactical flexibility in this system. It seems to be line up your units, fire the enemy at range, fight them down, keep them at bay, crush their flanks with grenadiers and cavalry, and Bob's your uncle. That seems to be mostly what we're doing here. And hey, you know, to be fair, that's combat. But I would like a bit more. I would definitely like a bit more. Alright, you're gonna send the hussars and the cantonist recruits over here, are you? Okay, Let's move the cavalry back a little bit. Get them into position. And of course, good old-fashioned massing of artillery batteries on a single target to munch them. I don't really want to charge that with just the cavalry, so I'm going to pull back until Silver's guard gets over here. They are fucking fast, aren't they? Now, of course, if they separate enough, I'm more than happy to just hit them with the cuirassiers. And they do seem to be willing to separate quite a bit. Well, I'm pretty sure that unit is fucked. Yep. Right, assaulting attack columns. I mean, like this, I feel like maybe I can just charge them straight up if I can get to them before they can fire at me, which is a little... I might just be able to break them, frankly, with a couple of tossed grenades. Well, if not break them, then they're pretty much done for the moment the cavalry strikes. Alright, now we'll send the horse lovers to deal with the hussars. How's the artillery doing? Very, very well indeed. They are destroying that enemy unit. Right, corps are running. form assault columns and move into the enemy's flank. And we'll move up the grenadiers to block them off. And there goes the hussars. I will say the hussars seem to actually be doing greater damage to my cuirassiers than the cuirassiers are doing to them, which is disturbing. I'm not entirely sure how that's happening, but... yeah, I'm not entirely sure how hussars are out-damaging cuirassiers in charge battle, but that they are. Somehow, this unit of musketeers are the last unit standing, despite being under the concentrated fire of 2 artillery batteries and 2 units of musketeers. Brave if retarded people. Well, I might as well use this time to just grind out some levels on my cavalry, honestly. Oh, never mind. Also keeps an... Assassin, just remember, also keep an officer's gorget. God damn it. How many things do I need to keep? Well, I've got plenty of dudes now, so I guess I'll get some money and ammunition. I'm surprised by the performance of the cuirassiers, honestly. They haven't done quite as well as I would have expected. Chevaux de Frise. Oh, that's very nice. Charge resistance. That's quite nice, yes. And one more convoy. God damn it, another field enemy army. Jesus Christ. Oh, well. No doctrine received. Unit professionalism. Recruit infantry. Recruit plus 10. Oh, that was the thing for the thing. The reward for the thing. That one, yes. A bunch of random little recruits.
Are you ready to rut this yellow mare's fluttery
What
buttery bud?
silly willy little weaklings they are. Line up the infantry in the front. Unlimber the cannons. And get ready to welcome the enemy. I really miss control groups too. God damn. The fact that the game doesn't have control groups is baffling to me. I mean, what's the possible reason for why you wouldn't include control groups? That just seems weird. It might be a technical restriction, or they just decided they didn't want them, or I don't fucking know. It's a weird one. Alice Addison, experiment. Give cavalry grenades and see if you can make horse grenadiers. And make my unit of redcoats. I will. I'll probably give you the like special sniper dude unit. Because all of this is being done so I can afford the special unit of super sniper dudes. And you'll be redcoat snipers. As the world intended. Happy little horses. Happy little horses. Yeah, go kill that. Nothing's quite like a happy little horse. Oh, goddammit. They turned around and shot my happy little horses. Well, that's the enemy's artillery gone. Part of me really wants to charge the Freikorps Musketeers just straight up and see what happens, but I'm gonna eat one more volley of musket fire just so I can hit them with a volley from the front and the back, and then I'll charge them. And there goes all of the enemy. I do feel like this game overestimates the effect of cavalry on organized formations of musketmen a little bit. Yeah, I definitely do feel like this game overestimates the effect of cavalry on infantry a bit. Like, a unit of Landwehr cavalry charging an organized unit of musketeers would probably just veer off before impact 9 times out of 10. But oh well. I have loads of resources now. Let's get a little bit more money, a little bit more munitions. Because I do seem to eat a lot of ammo all the time. Waldmunken. Powder house. Well, I can sell one gorget at least. 3 pound of guns. All that. 2 gorgets. Oh, that and that. Do you have anything nice for me? Shepherd's axes. Cover bonus plus 20. That's really good. That's really good, actually. I wonder if we can go over 100, though. Piano recruits and a powder house, where they sell buck and ball. 35% max range. No, I don't think so. Ammo consumption plus 80%. No. No, I don't think so either. That seems mildly ridiculous, in fact. Alright, let's get that unit of Grenzer Fusiliers then. Expensive though they may be. There. That can be Alex's redcoat. No, something gayer. Ah. Alex's virgins, because their flag is that of the Virgin Mary. Perfect. Absolutely ideal. And he did want red coats on them, didn't he, a little weirdo? Red and gold is always a nice combination. Yeah, red and gold is always a good combination. Oh, red hair. That's a bit weird. We'll make them blonde chads. Yes. Blonde chads with giant red hats. Yes. Very stealthy. And pink trousers. Perfect. Yes. Now those are some skirmishers right there. Those are some real sneaky skirmishers right there. I'll put you over there. Those are some real sneaky deek skirmishers. Good range, poor melee. Slightly shorter reload time, but I don't know if that matters. Reload plus 2, that would be nice, yes. Socket bayonet basic, I mean that's better than the worn bayonets at least. Move speed would be pretty good for... oh, those are for horses, actually. Okay. Stamina. Ramrod. Reload. Yes, loads and loads of reload abilities. Right, let's sell off the rest of the stuff. Riding boots, large limber. Cover base 10. I don't hate it. Did I already have good? Yeah, I already had good uniforms. Keep the officer courgette. Sell off some of the muskets. Right. What have we got to buy? What do we got to buy? I mean, some better cannons would be nice. Some better muskets would be nice too. Excellent melee, poor range. That's not bad. Powder house. I do want some earthworks. Yes, let me buy some earthworks. Yeah, let me buy earthworks for my infantry. Sujard's Irish boomers. There you go. Sharp stakes. More sharp stakes for you. More sharp stakes for you. And these for you. Nice. That'll give me a very nice and defensible front line. Right, I wouldn't mind some better guns for obviously. Bagpipes! Bagpipes. Really? Bagpipes? But I probably want a cannon. I probably want cannons. What's the best cannon? I can get an iron 12-pound howitzer. Okay. That sounds pretty chill. Bronze 6-pounder guns. Bronze 12-pounder guns. That's very expensive, but I'm presuming they're fucking devastating. 25 accuracy, 485 range, 55-second reload. So a long-ass reload. Damage radius 2.5, damage radius 2.5, canister damage 12, canister damage 8, shot damage 25, shot damage 35. I mean, I gotta pick up a battery of fucking 12-pounder bronze guns if I got the chance, don't I? I mean, I do. I actually do. I am legally obligated to just get the biggest gun I can find and see what happens if I fire it at the enemy. Land Paston musket. English firearm. Superior accuracy, poor range. Range of 126 compared to 131. 125. Okay, so it's not like its range is that bad. Yeah, get me a land pattern musket too. Put those on the Württemberg musketeers. Right, 408 bucks left over. I wouldn't mind more infantry, but I feel like I'm better off upgrading the infantry I have at this point. Yeah. By the way, let's check the left screen of the map view. Oh, these things, yeah, I've been looking at them, but Raid, Tarla per regiment, daily summons receive pillage conditions, armies mobile, forage, food, muster. If anything, I'd like to do a muster after a battle. Oh, hey, that's a decent field army, actually. Yeah, okay. Just remind me to not reinforce after this, and I can try the muster thing. Deployment. And Alex's Virgins. This will be Alex's Virgins' very first battle. Their baptism, if you will. Oh god, this map does not have any cover, does it? No, it really doesn't. I'm tempted to just sit on my ass on this side of the river with artillery up on the hills. But I feel like that might actually not be the greatest idea. And then use the Silver Guard to break their right, I'm thinking. With artillery used to pick away at the center. Alright, well, there is very little, if any, cover, so... Oh, hello. Wait, are you... You're already skirmish infantry? Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Alex's Virgins are skirmish infantry. Well, shit. Okay, that means I need to utilize them a bit differently. I thought they were still line infantry that would turn into skirmish infantry, but no, Alex's Virgins were born skirmishers. I really don't want to cross a river, but I might have to. Was that my 12-pounders already firing? I think it was. Which is very nice. I enjoy the idea of my 12-pounders already having range on the enemy. That is quite cute. Okay, extend the lines a bit further. To open up a way for the Silver Guard. I like my new giant cannons. I appreciate them quite a lot. Might even be useful for some counter battery, but honestly, cannons don't do enough damage to really be worth counter batterying, I don't think. It seems way better to pick away at the enemy infantry rather than the enemy artillery. You know what? I think I can make it to that wood line there. Damage firefighter advantage motor speed fire for 100 rounds. Okay, so they can be line infantry as well. Right. Useful to know. Tempted to shoot at the cavalry, honestly. Because so far the enemy cavalry has kind of been the primary pain in my ass. Are you firing? You're not. I don't know why. Please do. Very good KD. Very good KD. Oh god, they are stacking up on this flank a lot, aren't they? Right, I probably want to crush through here as soon as possible then. Oh. I see what you're trying to do. I see what you're tempted to do. Yep. I see you there. Oh. Hello there. Please. Oh, there we go. I see you, little hussars. Oh, that was a lot of impact damage, too. That was a lot of impact damage. Alright, that will still draw the drive of them off, though, and the Landswehr can follow them up. Yeah, I feel like this game kind of is of the opinion that hussars are charge infantry somehow. Or charge infantry. That hussars are charge cavalry, which is something I deeply, deeply disagree with, but the video game tells me that it disagrees right back at me, so what can I do? Hussars really were not intended to just smack dab down enemy formations. That was not quite their purpose. They were skirmish cavalry. And of course the problem with that is, how do you make skirmish cavalry? And very few, if any, games have actually ever done skirmish. Not even skirmish cavalry, but skirmish in general well. Okay, I'm going to save up and charge them, which is a little bit risky, but I'm going to keep the general behind them to keep him nice and stiff. Right, the cavalry has chased everything off. Nice. You may proceed. You may fire. Fire when ready. And charge. Charging into a river is a little bit... Oh, yep, do get the general up there so they don't break. There you go. Charging into a river like that is a pinch non-ideal. And there's more experience for my units. But yeah, skirmishing. Skirmishing is something that basically no game does well. Like, no game does well. And it's because skirmishing is not really... It's not really what you do in these games. In games like these, where you have a very limited engagement window in terms of time, there's never really any benefit in skirmishing with the enemy, because the primary purpose of skirmishing with the enemy was largely to gain time, to delay the enemy, and also, crucially, to disrupt their formations. And since basically no game ever has attempted to simulate formations or unit integrity, it's never a mechanic that is utilized. I know precisely one game that does this. That's the Field of Glory series. Oh, and the Pike and Shot game, which is a very, 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 very basic-ass game, but hey, it's Pike and Shot. Oh. And so the only thing that skirmishers usually do is just be regular infantry that shoots better. And that's about it. Which is fine, yes. That works, but... Considering how incredibly important skirmishing were, it is definitely a bit of a letdown. It definitely is. Right, more money and more munitions, please. I mean, the entire reason why the Romans fought the way they did was because of skirmishing, because of the potency of using the javelins. That's why they had their little velites, for example. Right, bloodthirsty, melee damage received, cover effectiveness, stalwart, cover effectiveness, fire damage received, elusive, that one's just straight better than everything else. 4, can you become dragoons yet? You can. Do I want hussars? I've been very disappointed by the cuirassiers. I think I just want hussars, honestly. Yes, the hussars actually have a higher charge damage than the cuirassiers. Excuse me? Why? But the cuirassiers move faster than the hussars. Okay, this game has a very interesting understanding of what hussars were and what their roles were, but... Very well, very well. Can anything else upgrade? Oh, don't do that. Right, you can become Imperial Field Artillery, and I want you to become Imperial Field Artillery. As that's probably just straight up better, I would imagine. And you, but yeah, I need 6 points to get the sharpshooters, and I'm gonna wait for those sharpshooters because they look amazing. Is that a lance? Cavalry lance, yeah. Huh. I think I'm gonna try the hussars. Hussars with cavalry lances. Slums! Oh, fuck, did I reinforce again? I did, didn't I? Ugh. A search of the surrounding woods has uncovered a camp of deserters, wretched men, thin from hunger and armed with stolen gear. Their faces betray shame, but also desperation. We may storm the hideout and seize what arms remain, but it will cost us men, or we can conscript the lot, granting their rations and shot in return for a second chance. Their loyalty is uncertain, but we are not in a position to be choosy. Re-enlist some of them. Oh, hello there. 11,000. That's a rather large army. Let's check out Würzburg first. Hungarian recruits. Hungarian veteran grenadiers. Veteran hussars, 45 charge damage. Crown land, Austrian cuirassiers, Austrian horse grenadiers. Ooh. Austrian veteran artillery. Nice, nice. I do want more units. Let's go kill those first, and try to remember to not fucking reinforce this time. Jesus. Nicholas, am I getting horse boys yet, Arch? Nope. Listen, my army hasn't expanded for a while, but I'm hopefully going to get 2 more infantry units now. I hope. There's also probably better known, that's why they made them better, developer logic. Yeah, well, it's also just like, okay, you know, we need like a charge cavalry, and we're gonna use hussars. Like, I would have just used lancers. Like, just, why not? Surely, like, lancers. Yeah, no, that's, there you go, there you go, there you have actual fucking charge cavalry. Just use lancers. Although, like, I suppose this was kind of the era where lancers were a little bit out of favor, so you could kind of argue that, but... I think they should just use lancers, honestly. Lancers would have made more sense. Do these guys not have any? No, they have 1 unit of Freikorps hussars. Right, okay. Right, we'll put those over there to protect those, and we'll put the cowboys to protect this flank, and silver gleaming guard. Right, I'm going to bet that the enemy cavalry is going to come over here. Ooh, okay, so larger artillery battery gets more guns. That's nice. That's very nice. I wish these badges were a little bit see-through. There we go. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. So has anyone been watching the Fallout TV show, by the way? My Jesus. So, okay, I remember when Season 1 came out, I was a little bit... Ooh, that was a lot of damage. I like that. I was a little bit defensive of it, because I was watching it with Kibbs, and I was like, okay, you know, this isn't awful. It's not great, and they're clearly not taking the source material seriously at all. But it's not terrible, you know? It's okay. It's not good, but it's not awful either. That was my takeaway. I tried re-watching it recently to prepare for the second season, and holy fuck, no, it is awful. Holy shit, I must have been blind or something when watching it the first time, because watching it the second time, I'm like, this is terrible. The acting, the scene presentation, the characters, the storyline, all of it is actually terrible. Like, not just like okay, but genuinely bad. And I was really kind of surprised as I was watching it, because I was like, I don't remember this sucking this much. I was genuinely surprised, because I'm like, wow, was it like this? Were the characters always this obliviously retarded? Were they always this stupid? Was I remember the Brotherhood of Steel was presented as absolute fucking cockwaffles for some reason. But like, everything somehow felt so much worse than I remember. It's one of relatively few times where I've rewatched a show and just been blown away by how much worse it was than I thought it was. Because that's not normally what happens. Normally what happens, if there's anything, I'm like, wow, this is better than I remember. Alright, we'll have the cavalry charge now. Take charge of chasing those down. Other cavalry, you may finish off those recruits, and I mean, the rest of this stuff is just gonna break soon anyway, so why even bother? But I was genuinely blown away. Like, I still like Lucy at least a little bit. I mean, out of all of the people playing, Lucy, in my opinion, does the best job of just presenting as an innocent, retarded vault dweller, right? Whereas the black guy, the Brotherhood of Steel guy, I hate him. He has no charisma, none, and he has exactly one facial expression, which is gormless idiocy. I swear to God, every time he's on scene, he's gaping, half open-mouthed, like a fish on land, like, why am I here? What are these dudes in their power armor doing? I don't get it. Oh. And in the second season, they're trying to make him appear more, like, competent, but every time he tries to appear competent, it is massively underbuilt by the fact that he looks like a fucking fish stranded on land. Like, he's trying to have a serious conversation with another Brotherhood of Steel guy about betraying the Brotherhood or that local chapter, and he's just like saying, yeah, we could talk about traitoring things. Oh, my fucking Christ. And it's every scene. every fucking scene. God, I am tearing through my ammo reserves and my food now suddenly as well. Okay, let's do provisions and veterancy then. Quimbus, rejoice art and chat. The final Lumi lore file has been completed and sent for a live reading Saturday. At 200 pages, it's the finest, most complete overview of the smelly creature we call lung. 200 pages. Right. So ignore that one. Gotcha. Choose a trait. Move speed. That's nice, but I don't really want it. Melee damage received. Veterans gain 5. Religious. Moral 5. Opposite death chance. Melee damage. My cavalry units are not looking as good as I was hoping. I was really hoping for a little bit more of a cavalry officer, but he's not really turning into much of a cavalry officer. Ooh, grenade throwing range. Combat effectiveness officer death. I mean, just 10% better at combat. Okay, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Take that one. Can you level up yet? I think you can. There you go. Right, let's try the hussars then. Stable. Angry horses. Angry Uma Musume. Outpost and a nice little fortified army. Encamped army. Encamped armies always stationary and yield a doctrine reward when defeated. They are similar to HQ but slightly less difficult. They are limited in number and do not reappear when destroyed. Okay. So they're like boss monsters, kind of. Alright. Well, I do need more infantry. So let's just get the Hungarians and Crownlanders. Charge 10, morale 6, charge 6. Accuracy 4, max range 10. Cover bonus 30, that's nice. It's very nice. Alright, let's get those two. $100 is quite a lot, but that is very nice. Alright, before we spend any more money or sell anything. Right, so the hussars, let's... Oh, 100, Jesus, okay. We'll unlock that, and we'll give them the lancers, because, of course, why not? What? Okay, so you were the new units. Hungarian Crownland recruits. Right, let's give you the wooden stakes. You've got worn muskets. Right. Well, we've got something better than that at least. We can actually upgrade you already. Do I want a third unit of cavalry or do I want more artillery? I'm thinking artillery. What about the other unit? The other unit can not upgrade yet. Its top is Grenadiers or Veteran Fusiliers. Okay. Or Veteran Hussars. Horse Grenadiers. 40 charge, which is pretty damn good. 40 charge, 40 melee, but only 500 of them, which is a pretty small squad. But they're super duper fast. Or Hungarian Fusiliers. Accuracy 25. 25? That's kind of ass, isn't it? Yeah, it's not great, is it? It's not dreadful, but it's not good either. It's really not good either. So, I'd probably want Veteran Grenadiers. Grenadiers or veteran hussars? That is 45 charge. These guys have let's make those. That'll be the cavalry. And I think this can be another artillery battery. Yes, I'd like some more artillery, and then I'll make those into cavalry, and then I need to look at getting another brigade for some more infantry. Right, in that case, now you get the, not those. Oh, that's, yeah, of course it couldn't be that easy. There you go. Oh, no. There. I'm gonna buy that to give you that. Can you not? Where? Oh, you can only have one of those items. Okay, well, fair enough, I guess. I guess I'll give that to you then. Moral energy to fire damage received -10. That would be nice for you. I'm gonna give vengeance again, charge. I gave you the lances, right? Okay, so second lance. I'll keep the second lance. Move speed, stamina, veterans against morale, charge damage, cover. I'll give them just the shoes. Yes, the stamina would be nice. Right, veterancy. You know, you could really use the veterancy thing, so I'm going to give that to you, because then I can level you up quicker, and you can become super duper powerful, super fast. And, damn it, horses. Can you use that? Can you use that level up? Oh, no, that's the real, I can't follow it. Yeah, fine. Morale damage received. Here you go. That'll give you way more cover. Morale and stamina. Why not? Can you have coffee rations? You can. Here you go. Nice. Right, let's sell off some of this stuff. Worn bayonets. We're definitely keeping the second lance. We need to keep one bayonet around. Light saddles, we'll keep those. Limberlard chest, we'll get rid of that. Sell the cheese. Keep the horses because we're going to need them. Sell the greatcoat. And we can get rid of one of the officer gorgets. Alright, 499 buckaroos. Which I would love to spend on another piece of artillery. I would love to spend on some more artillery. 8-pound licorns? That's not a bad idea. Shot damage 35, that's a very good gun. That's most of my money, but that's fine. There you go. Right, and we are not going to reinforce, and we're going to go and check out that land, that entrenched army down there. Your Grace, the station reports an abundance of war material owing to early successes and light campaigning in the area. The quartermaster asks whether we are in need of anything. We may draw from their stores, ammunition, provisions, or coin at your discretion. In return, the garrison only asks that a few reservists be left behind to help hold the station. Well, I've got ample reservists, so... 160 ammo, provisions, or coin. 60 bucks does not sound like a lot. Give me the ammo. Right, let's try a field army. That'll be interesting. Okay. So they've got way more in the way of a little bit more tougher infantry and 4 cannons. Ooh, God. Okay, that's a lot of cannons. That's a lot of cannons.
Service guarantees citizenship.
So far, the enemy has been retarded enough to come to me in every battle, so... I am going to see if that trend continues. So far, the game has allowed me to shoot through friendly units with no consequence, so I'm going to continue to shoot through friendly units with no consequence, and hope that there is no consequence.
You ignorant slut.
Draw those out in a nice defensive line. My little virgins. My little virgins, my little virgins. Where shall my little virgins go? My little virgins shall go over here. Along with my brand new hussars. Slightly forward. Slightly forward. Let's see. Yep, the enemy is going to come to me this time too. How very, very convenient. How very cooperative of them, in fact. Can I get away with moving my... You know what? Maybe? We'll see. That one feels a little bit risky, but... risk it for the biscuit. Do I want to move all the way up there to meet them in cover? I kind of do. I don't love the idea of fighting them in the open, but all of the cover is just a little bit too far away to be perfectly useful. Which I hate. Yeah, all of the cover is in the slightly wrong position. Unfortunately. We'll just have to focus on breaking a flank as quickly as possible, I think, and then we'll worry about everything else later. We could use a wider battlefield here, I won't lie. A wider battlefield would be lovely. column. Where's the enemy hussars? Right, 2 units. 2 units of cavalry is a little dangerous. That's just the fact that I'm gonna not really be in range of most of my artillery during this fight, which is unfortunate. Very much so. I'm tempted to fall back, but I also really don't want to fight out of all the cover. Okay, fall back a little. Okay, we'll concentrate on the left-hand flank where the Silver Guard should be able to overrun the Prussian veteran musketeers, I hope. Right. Hold your fire. Let them shoot first. Let them expend their rounds at maximum distance. Then we close for the kill. They do reload pretty fast, so we don't want to wait too long here. Throw the grenades. Give them a volley. And I think we can count on the cavalry to clear that up, actually. I would think. Right, how are you doing? 82 to 58. Not as well as I would have hoped, but you are getting shot up by 2 units, so there is that. Fall a little bit further back into the forest. How's the front line holding up? The front line is holding up very, very nicely, actually. No problems whatsoever. Right. You may reposition and fire on the enemy's flanks. I don't want to assault them over here with the cavalry because there's 2 units of enemy cavalry in reserve. It feels risky to start throwing my units into that. Very risky. There's too much reserves. Too many reserves there. My units in the center here are getting outshot quite badly. Cantonist recruits, Prussian musketeers. Okay, we'll hold the line for now, despite the casualties taken. And we'll begin advancing the Silver Guard. Right, the Horse Lovers will have crushed that infantry unit completely by now. Let's put those in the Silver Guard's flank for increased protection. Oh, the car bombers are going to turn. Very well. That makes you an ideal grenade target. Grenades. Muskets. We will not charge across that river. That just seems like a silly idea. We'll have Sir Jarl's car bombers. Give them another volley in the flanks instead. Now you may charge. Excellent. Push northwards. Right, I will give it to Alex's Virgins. They're fighting 2 enemy units, and they're still trading almost 2 for 1. That is very, very good. And the enemy center is becoming to look very, 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 very brittle. Excellent. That unit has been chased off. Re-establish line formations. Oh, this fight is going to cost me a serious amount of serious amount of ammunition. That's going to be sure. Right, I'm now threatening their center, so they're going to find it a lot harder to break off any reinforcements to come down here, which I think means we break their center with our hussars. Right, and we continue pressure here. Draken's dogs are getting a bit tired. Well, they're just gonna have to fucking suck it up. Oh, I haven't been using my general at all, have I? In fact, general, you go over there, as there's every possibility that I might be put under a lot more pressure. I think they've just focused all of their artillery on my grenadiers. Yes, I think they have. Okay, that's gonna hurt. The hussars have hit and shattered the enemy in front of them. Excellent. Turn around and shatter the other enemy too, please. Oh, God, yeah, the power of fucking artillery. Yeah, fall back. Okay. Yeah, we want to... Oh, I'm worried about that. That's 2 units of hussars. But I can't afford not to answer their charge, because they'll chase me down regardless, so this is not great. Okay. Hold your fire, reload what you can. They are cuirassiers, so in any lengthy engagement, they should have a serious advantage. All right, assaulting columns. They're not gonna have the time to reload. Yeah, there's no way they stand up to that. Right, turn the cuirassiers around, so we can try and prevent them from chasing down the grenadiers, at least. Oh, somehow the Irish car bombers got dragged into this. Okay, right, there you go. Right. Form up in front of the grenadiers. The grenadiers will be heading back now. Before I lose them completely, which would suck a lot. Oh, the recruits are still there. I thought they had already fled, actually. Right, the cuirassiers held. Very, 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 very impressive. Now, let's get you to recover some stamina and morale. Whilst we push in to deal with that fucking artillery. Very, very good job there from the cuirassiers. Very, very good job. Right, Landswehr. Get ye in there, boys. No. Shoot them if you can. Looks like we're gonna have a second round with the Hussars. Alright, let's see how good Cuirassiers really are. Make sure the general is behind them. Cuirassiers are very good, as it turns out. I feel like this should be me claiming a whole load of enemy cannons, yet unfortunately I don't think the game has a capture system like that, which is rather tragic, as I feel as if I feel like I deserve a lot of enemy cannons from all of this. A lot of enemy cannons from all of this. That was bloody. That was probably by far the bloodiest battle up until this point. A lot of money, though. And a lot of loot. Right, so if we're going to go and use the muster system, we're not going to need to worry about reinforcement. Ransom? Ammunition. Veterancy. $2,410 lost. That's not too bad. A ransom. 200 extra bucks and 400 ammunition. I'll take the money. Doctrine. False conscription. Prisoner conscript. Happiness 60%. Morale minus 5. Ugh. Artillery low speed plus 10. That one. Definitely that one. Loads of beautiful, beautiful levels. Okay, let's go and try that muster thingy then. Muster for battle. Mustard for battle. So, raise 25 reservists per regiment daily. 4% chance of raising a free recruit unit per day of mustering. Okay, but I need space for them. So, oh god, I can't even afford. I can't even afford the new brigade, can I? No, because it's a lot of fucking money. That is so much money, yes. That is a lot of fucking money, yeah. Can I sell something to afford it? Horseshoes, gambesons. I don't want to sell that because I like those. Okay, I can afford it. I wonder if there's a reserve system or something. Like, can I... No? Aha! Okay, nice. Right. Okay, so hopefully it'll just send them up there. Right. Let's try this muster thing, then. Bim, 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 bim. Jesus, no. Okay. Right, a level 6 recruit unit. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, right? Tatar cavalry. What do they turn into? 30 reload isn't bad. Let's just make them into veteran musketeers, I guess, because it would be nice to have like a bit more of a solid front line. Right, that does cost me money to do, but that is a free unit, which is very, very nice. And it does give me some dudes, but not really enough dudes. I would definitely want to use that more when I actually have a new brigade, but to get a new brigade, I first need to actually afford to get a new brigade. So that's the enemy field army. 13,050 men, so I can probably take that on by now. And there was another fortified army down here. And there's still stuff for me to loot. Alright, let's replenish and see if I can find some way to earn more money. Slums! Slums are nice and healthy places, right? A rough company of mercenaries has gathered near the edge of the village, offering their services for the right price. Their manner is untrustworthy, but they are no strangers to war. They claim to have scouted the region thoroughly and offer intelligence for coin or for a steeper sum to carry out mischief behind enemy lines. Should we wish, they are even willing to strike at headquarters itself. Such action would be most effective if timed while the enemy commander is on the march, when they are least able to recover from the blow. $100 for map information? That's not bad, right? So there's a fortified army there. And the rest are just like little patrol armies. Oh, hello. A fort. What do you do? The enemy appears to have left this fort unguarded, either by oversight or due to the swiftness of our advance. No troops were found within, nor was a single musket discharged. We've entered the works unopposed and may now claim the ground without resistance. It would be prudent to occupy the fort and position without delay. Okay, why not? Free stuff and delay the enemy headquarters for a week. Why not? Why not? Convoy! Enemy HQ declared delayed by a week. Capture the cargo. Face a weak enemy field army. Capture 4 items. Items? Yeah, I feel like the game needs an auto-resolve for battles like these. I feel like this is the kind of battle that could probably be auto-resolved quite quickly and easily. Alright, little cannons, little cannons. Unlimber your pretty little guns. This is just a massive fucking flat open field. Four units of cavalry. That's... okie dokie then. It's just 4 units of cavalry. Aha. Right, well, I think I'll keep my my skirmishers nicely tucked away behind my lines. You know, that could actually be like the gayest thing to fight, because they're gonna charge you, and you're not really gonna be able to, you know, break all of them before they charge you. So they're guaranteed to do damage. Whereas most other things wouldn't be guaranteed to do damage. So that's actually kind of a particularly gay army comp they've got there. Right. Let's make sure we hold fire. So that we can shoot. Right before they hit us for maximum damage. Because on the one hand, this isn't actually going to do anything, but it is also, again, guaranteed damage. Then again, I suppose enemy units walking up and shooting you with muskets is guaranteed damage too, so yeah. Come at me, you filthy enemy horse lovers. They're not good horse lovers like we are. They're degenerate horse lovers. This, incidentally, was one of the primary ways in which enemy cavalry was repulsed during this period. They did use things like squares. We do have documents mentioning units deploying in squares. Oh, that's a bit fast. But general military doctrine and ideology stated that the best way to deny an enemy cavalry charge was to hold fire until it was basically point blank and then unload all of the muskets at once. That was viewed as the most effective and most devastating to the enemy way of repulsing charging horse. That became less and less worthwhile as the enemy learned to use larger formations of horse and also became more skilled in using heavy horse with, of course, cuirasses that were easily able to defeat most musket balls at range. At that point, the best way to deny enemy cavalry was the square formation because it denied the enemy the ability to get in amongst the infantry and start slashing about murdering people. I actually want some provisions right now before I start to starve. Thank you. Königshof. Item costume cost 15 plus. Well, I don't want to buy any items here then. I take it you're not going to pay me extra for items either. Nah, probably not. $1,200. That is enough for the next unit thingy. Let's check out this outpost. Forlorn Hope. The volunteers at this post report that they stand ready to sell their lives dearly. Should it serve the greater cause, they have volunteered to strike at the enemy's command from behind, knowing well the risk. We may dispatch them at once that actions could hinder the enemy headquarters lightly or perhaps more if fortune favors them. Enemy acute delays by 2+ weeks. I mean, that's fucking great, right? Day 188. Is that the enemy headquarters? Yes, it is. I was tempted to attack it right now, but I suppose there's no real point in doing that. A herd. I wonder what the herd has in store for me. Herd. Reports have reached us of a rare creature roaming the nearby woods. Either a mighty buck with antlers like twisted bayonets, or perhaps one of those exotic beasts kept by nobles for sport. One of our senior officers, currently unassigned and burning with enthusiasm, is positioned for leave to lead a small party in pursuit. Well, apparently I can't do that regardless, so tell him to go fuck himself. It's a bit harsh, I know, but that's the only option the video game grants me, so... capture 2 weapons, capture a cannon. Cannon? 6-pound howitzer? I'll take it. Ah, I'm starving. That's a problem, I imagine. Yes, that's a huge problem because it means you lose reservists like absolutely mad. Okay. Right, try not to starve is apparently a good idea. Right. I haven't needed to worry about food this entire campaign, so it became a little bit of a shock that I actually did need to. Well, I did manage to waste a bunch of reservists, like 1,000 of them starving, so that's a bit upsetting. And that puts me down the money I need to get the new thingity-bob. But I couldn't get the new thingity-bob anyways, because I needed commander for the new thingity-bob, so I guess we're kind of back to start, regardless. Oh well. Howitzer? Do I want the howitzer? Do I have anything to use for the howitzer? You have 6-pounder guns, iron, 400 range. That's gonna have a lot lost. Yeah, it's a lot lost range. Yeah, the 6-pound howitzers aren't really all that worthwhile, frankly. So we'll sell them off for $60, which feels almost heretical, but oh well. Right, can I upgrade anything? You can't get upgraded anymore, you're fully upgraded. You, Hungarian recruits, become... What was it? Oh god, what was I thinking? Cavalry, right? Hungarian cavalry. $25, $15, $65. Yeah, cavalry. Here, have the horsey. And you don't really need the reload speed anymore, do you? You don't actually have any weapons. Here, sword. And you don't have any carbines either, right? Well, I guess you're just shit out of luck then, aren't you, little horsies? Yep. Just literally shit out of luck. But you can have this thing that increases your reload and movement speed. You're welcome. Hungarian Hussars. I also need to rename these something. Young son, for 500 warp tokens. If you haven't seen it, go watch Operation Daybreak, Sunburst from Soda, set before New Vegas during the Brotherhood NCR War. Began some duty. What's this game? I saw a cute harpy and came as fast as I could. Darkwood. Where the at, by the way? Darkwood. Let's see. Darkwood is at 465 now, so just about halfway. Black Diamond 17, hail Christ, our Lord and Savior. And your color, well, this looks like a low-budget civilization sim. Does it? Does it? Does it? There. I think it's gonna be Nicholas. Nicholas's farm friends. Yes, I like that. And these guys... Jitsies. Jizzers? No, that's too obvious. That's fucking cancerous. That's... Kill yourself. Immediately. End your own life. You know it is the only correct thing to do. Argray's ass lickers. I was going to make you into the Württemberg or the Palatine Grenadiers, right? Yes, but you still don't have enough experience, you lazy little filth. And Württemberg Musketeers, right, do I want to make them into Feldjägers? I don't know if I do. I think I might actually want to keep them as Musketeers. Like, I lose 200, but then again, I lose 200 men, I gain 5 accuracy, and I can use them for charge. Maybe I just... Yeah, because I don't want more... I don't think I want more skirmishes. Yeah, I'll just use them as line infantry, but they'll be grenadiers just because they've got better stats. Ooh. Saxon field artillery. Yes, please. Thank you kindly. Oh, there went all of my ammunition. Right, let's go have a peek at this other field army then. You know, I need to go all the way, like, where? Over here or something? Or over there? To actually get access to officers. So it's going to be a long-ass walk by the time I finish with this. Encamped Prussian horse artillery. Neat. Ah, Prussians. Prussians. Only one step away from being Parisians. Well, the cover situation remains absolutely fucking hopeless, but at least I have a hill for my artillery this time. That's nice. God, the cover situation isn't just hopeless, the cover situation is non-existent. Lovely. Absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. Jesus, yeah, oof, okay. Right. Out there on the flanks. Cavalry in the rear. And, God. I guess we put the grenadiers in the village, maybe? Yes, let's try that. Artillery. Up on the hill, where you belong. Oof. Oof, indeed. Right, Nicholas's farm friend and the Western Cowboys will go on the right-hand flank, and Axie's horse lovers will go on the left. Part of me kind of wants more skirmishes, because I could imagine a situation where I'd push the skirmishes up aggressively to slow down the enemy. But the problem is, since the AI has all of its units for free, of course, they don't really give a shit about, you know, keeping any of their units. And so what they're going to do is they're just going to toss their cavalry directly into my unit. And even if I win, my skirmishes will take casualties in a rather pointless fashion. And it'll fuck with my ability to engage them, so I don't know if that's a good idea. Oh, God, this entire front line is actually fucking awful. On the bright side, they don't have a lot of cavalry. That's my one saving grace, not a lot of horses. Like, I'm really tempted to push the skirmishers up there, but... I'm not at all convinced I can protect them if I push them up there. Well, they can move faster than the regular infantry, so we can have a go at it. Luckily, I do have my little build your own defensive emplacement thingies, which are quite nice. And hopefully the presence of the hussars will at least discourage the enemy from going balls deep on them. I do like how large the battlefield is, by the way. That's very nice, because it does allow for a degree of maneuver. Alright, keep Nicholas's farm friends close by. And I think... maybe we shift our lines... tiny bit forward. Not too much, just a tiny bit. I don't really want the enemy to gain advantage of the forest, if at all possible. The fact there are 3 enemy infantry units over here is a big problem. Right, the enemy cavalry has yet to make a move. They're sitting in reserve. Very well. That's fine by me. What's their range? Long. Okay. Alright, well, I'm very glad that they're feeling obliged to push forward into my own range. Thank you very much. Oof, I don't like the left flank. I do not like the left flank at all. Okay. I think we have an opportunity here to rupture the right flank. Hopefully before the left flank finds itself in a tremendous amount of trouble. Okay, begin pulling this back. Right, that should cause a nice rupture on the right. There, shattered. Shattered. Prussian Fusiliers. Alright, the Silver Guard is just gonna have to deal with them at range for a little moment there. Enemy cavalry is not responding yet. Fantastic. We can toss those into the rear of the Prussian musketeers then. Which, is that gonna... Yes, that'll be fine. That'll not be a problem. Excellent. Right, push forward the skirmishers.
Are you ready to let this yellow mare's fluttery buttery bud?
Right, attack columns. We're going to prepare for grenades to throw in Axe's horse lovers. That unit has been shattered. Perfect. Right, the Württemberg Grenadiers assume attack columns and begin closing in on the enemy's artillery. Keep the cavalry nearby to protect against the enemy's hussars. What are those? Those are the Heinrich von Poison Fusiliers, right, so those are special Fusiliers, right. They're gonna need a little bit more taken care of properly. Whereas these guys should be easy enough to deal with. Right. Give them a salvo of grenades and a point-blank shot from the car bombers. There we go, fantastic. Right. Right, Silver Guard is gonna have to hold for a while longer. Right, with that rupture 2, we can begin moving up in the center. Attack columns, advance. Skirmishers begin picking away at the enemy artillery. Double time. Countercharge their hussars. We've got twice the numbers. We should not be in any way concerned with that. Silver Guard continues to get their asses beat, but they're holding the flank. That's all that matters. Nice massive flank shot. There. That should be overwhelming numbers. The enemy's horses have been defeated. They did actually manage to defeat one of my hussars too, but I had superior numbers, so everything worked out just fine. Right. Get a move on. In against that artillery. Excellent. Leave the pursuit to the horses. That was actually a fair bit easier than the previous one, honestly. The artillery didn't get quite as much time to just screw with me this time. Although, yet again, my poor little grenadiers did need to suck up the majority of the pain and punishment. Right. Advance to deliver another volley of grenades. And Sujad's car bombers were the stars of the show, routing 3 enemy elite units with good old-fashioned bayonet charges. There we go. There's the grenades, followed shortly by a volley of musket fire, and the enemy retreats. Excellent. Mr. Katatak, Arch, get that 50 up or we're dead. I don't know anything about the topic at hand, but I'm rooting for you, Chief. Also, a Malray. Thank you. Well, we would all have liked to have a 50 cal during this particular era. Oh, God, I am eating way too much food now. Gun 6 for and ammunition daily, lose 2 thalers daily. Ew, ugh. Musket and carbine cost, light cavalry combat effectiveness. I think that one. Okay, so basically as you build up your army, you gain more and more doctrine points that makes it special and powerful. Okay. Nice, nice. As we continue to rape our supplies of ammunition and so forth. 1,737. Right, that gives me enough for the 4th Brigade slot. Though I don't have a commander for it yet, of course, which is unfortunate. Hello there, tiny little army. Game really does need an auto-resolve really badly. So, okay. Overall thoughts. I might just go up there, like, get the last thing, and then do the final battle of this, like, section of the map. Just to look at the final stack as well. But I'm very much so, like, feeling like I see the weakness here. Like, one, no command group is just weird. I don't know why they selected, chose to do that. It just makes the game way more difficult to control, and for no really appreciable reason that I can spot. You know, it doesn't make the game feel better or anything. I guess it's kind of because, like, you can, like, click the entire unit like that, and it's trying to simulate, like, a battlefield command system, but I don't feel like that's a worthwhile sacrifice for the lack of command with the command groups, so not a huge fan of that. But the battles are definitely the weak point here. I like the command system. I like leveling up. I like getting items. All of that is fun. All of it feels nice and is intriguing. But the battles do get boring. The battles do get boring. As I'm not really doing anything differently here, you know? It's all pretty much the same fight played out every time. And I don't really feel any reason to do anything else than that. I mean, it's working perfectly well. It's allowing me to win battles with a bare minimum of casualties and continue to grow my army. Everything's successful, and I feel like also certain aspects, like things like skirmishers, feel weak because you don't have a skirmishing phase, really. Because the game isn't really set up to have skirmishing or encourage skirmishing, especially not with the relatively high power of cavalry, too, which are pretty damn potent, pretty damn quick, and since the enemy doesn't have a reserve of units that it needs to draw upon, it can basically just use cavalry as throwaway missiles, basically, because it doesn't give a shit. Okay, so it loses a cavalry unit, so what? The AI's only actual interest in any given particular battle is to try to inflict at least some measures of casualties upon the players. You know, that's all the AI actually cares about, which has been a core problem with AI and AI opponents in strategy games forever. The fact that the AI is always more interested in just causing damage than actually inflicting some sort of strategic setback. And he's going to send that unit into all of this. Now, granted, actually, that is a Freikorps unit. I should have just sent one of my cavalry units to deal with that instead. Well, not that it really matters, because skirmishers or not, they're advancing headfirst into like 3-4 enemy units, so I guess it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. They're trying to go for my skirmishers, and by doing so, they're going to swing their entire army out over here. Which I don't know if is wise. I don't know if it's wise, no. Right, get the horse lovers over there and get the hussars over here. Oh, well, the skirmishers are retreating. Yeah, that was rather predictable. And the Freikorps are retreating. Right. Hussars, take care of each your unit, and cuirassiers, chase off the musketeers. Hold your fire there a second, boys. Thanks. You may kill them now. That was a unit of hussars about to charge straight into a massed unit of musketmen behind Chevaux de Frise. And a lot of this comes down, basically, to the fact that this is... And this isn't an era unique to this game by any stretch of the imagination, by the way. This is an era across virtually all of strategy games. Namely, that it fails to do any sort of understandable reserves. It fails to encourage you to actually utilize multiple lines of battle. A more organic fight. It all comes down to a single engagement, and then that single engagement ends. Amongst the thickest ease of the field, a scout has discovered a wounded officer, evidently left behind in our allies' retreat. His uniform and bearing suggest a man of rank. He is conscious, though greatly weakened. If he possesses medical stores, he may be restored to strength without delay. Pray for him. Get the bone saw. Moderate regardless. Right. Okay. Well, I think I'll just pray for him in that case. Did he die? Yeah, he died horribly. Yeah. Listen, if the option is bone saw or prayer, I feel like most people would prefer the prayer over the bone saw, honestly. Well, I don't have any of those things, so fuck me, I guess. How's the army looking reserve-wise? A tiny bit battered, but nothing particularly negative. I wouldn't happen to be able to pick up an officer down here, would I? Because that would be lovely. On your approach, our engineers report a fortress whose walls are in ill repair. The curtain is cracked and slumped in places, the revetments rotten by long weather, and the ditch choked with fallen stone. The enemy labour to shore the gap, yet a practical opening already shows, and our batteries need not be unlimbered to make it so. We may form the storming parties at once and force the breach before the defenders prop it, or hold a short once bring up fascins and ladders master the assault with the fate of the gate. A day past building check. A siege begins, forcing to kill the walls or a breach. So how the sieges works. The main wall is broken, the breach lies before us. The defenders have strewn Chevaux de Frise and posted guns to sweep the rubble. Their musketry beating up on every approach. Surgeons, ladders, and grenadiers stand ready at their post. You may carry the gap with a rush, masked by diversion at the raveline and gate, or prolonged cannonade till the fire slackens. The hour of decision draws near. I've got time. Oh, there we go. Thanks. Capture 4 weapons. Nice. And a doctrine. Nice. I mean, I like that, but it's not that much money, really. I mean, it kind of is. Accuracy -5, I don't like. Muscular Common costs 50%. I think I'll take that one. I'll take that one. Oh, hello there. Are you like actually like little battle army thing? Going to chase me down? Okay, I've got lots of captured regimental flags that I can sell off, so I will. Saxon musketeers. I don't really have the money to spend on that just now, as I need another leader. I do need some men and ammo and food, however. I do need all of those things. So, maybe 180, 149. So I go up there, kill that, then go up there, get the officer, and whatever else I need. Oh, it's Amberg. Okay, Amberg is where all of the good stuff is, and then I return to deal with the enemy main army. And that seems sensible. Oh, slums. War has eaten this quarter bare. Families wait in doorways with empty kettles, small coin knotted in cloth. Elders offer good thalers for any provisions we can spare, paying by the market rate rather than see their children starve. We may sell from our stores and swell the purse, stealing fairly to keep order. Sell provisions, eh? 90 provisions for 130 thalers, and I get 60 provisions. Like, that just doesn't seem worth it. Teach them to grow potatoes. That just don't seem worth it to me, brother. Yeah, no, that just don't seem worth it. Before I do this, let's see. Do I have any more gear I can hand out? Or anyone that can level up? Right, you were going to become Palatine Grenadiers, weren't you? I think so. Alright, let's make you Palatine Musketeers then. That does derp your reload, but I want those big boy Grenadiers. And you're almost the level where I can get my Grenzers. Only 600 dudes, that is not a lot of guys though, but 60 accuracies. That's pretty good. Is sacrificing 400 men for extra accuracy worth it? I'm not entirely certain. I sure as hell hope so. Enduring, religious, stamina, Cover effectiveness 5, Hammer's reducing stamina, veterans again 5. Right, you're more of like a infantry commander than anything. So, timely. He's timely. 2 pieces of artillery and just generally a absolute fucking assload of infantry. Very well. Where a go-to-go man can go. I don't know about that. I've seen goats go some pretty fucking ridiculous places. And I feel like these battlefields never have anything even resembling an adequate quantity of cover. Although, to be fair, there's some cover in front of my position this time, so I guess I shouldn't complain too loudly. Right. The right-hand flank appears to be the best suited for grenadiers. And the left is not bad for skirmishers. And the infantry will have to hold the center, as per usual. And this pretty little convenient hill sitting right in the middle. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, so there is some cover here. Sort of. Kind of. Very much so, sort of, kind of. Right, so I'm thinking... Tempted to go up to the town there, actually, or maybe we just stay here. That will give the enemy cover on the other side, though, whereas this is mostly open ground. No, I think we stay right where we are. Right, I'll have to need some cavalry to accompany the skirmishers so that they don't get cut down by enemy horses. Right, why is your cover so bad? There we go, that's a bit better. Not great, but a bit better. And what about Sujard's car bombers? That's a good question. Where, oh where? I think we're gonna just march your asses all the way over to the other side. I know, a long walk, but such is the will of your master. That's a very exposed position. Maybe I don't want to do that. Okay, put the... is that elite infantry? Prussian musketeers. Okay, so not really. Alright, put the cuirassiers over on the other flank and we'll keep the hussars here. A fog of war mode would be nice, maybe. But then again, the map is already so large, and the fog of war is only going to affect the player anyway, so maybe not. Draken's dogs are going to find themselves in a whole heap of trouble, but that's what they get for being dogs. Attack columns. The artillery is already beginning to fire off a few ranging shots. Excellent, excellent. Let's get you into line formation next to the Silver Guard. And Alex's virgins can play with this unit of musketeers. Ooh, Jaegers. Right. That's a bit unfortunate. So I don't have a great way to get rid of them. Other than artillerying them, and I don't really... Oh god, that unit's taking all of the artillery fire, isn't it? That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage really fast. This is a tiny bit risky, what I'm thinking of doing here. Okay, Draken, no, that was a terrible idea to put you that far out. They've focused all of their stuff on this area, so let's get you back. On the other hand, they have literally nothing to cover them over here. All right. If the enemy wants to send fucking Swiss militia up against Hussars, I am not opposed to the idea at all. But I am the primary beneficiary of that. Right, point blank range, throw grenades. Another round of grenades. And finally a round of musket fire. And that unit is all but broken. Excellent. That takes care of the enemy infantry on the left. Okay, 2 units of enemy hussars coming over, and a unit of... Oh god, they are dedicating a lot to taking over that flank, right? Well, in that case, I'm simply going to leave. I've already taken 2 of their units for basically no casualties, so why would I stick around? There's no reason to. If they want to dedicate another 3 units, that's fine by me. We can begin picking away at that cavalry unit a little bit. Start giving ourselves a bit of an advantage in the upcoming inevitable cavalry fight. I feel like cavalry has kind of just turned into like cruise missiles in this game, where you throw them at the enemy and that's kind of it. They either then get absolutely obliterated and achieve nothing, or they absolutely obliterate the enemy and achieve everything. That seems to kind of be the 2 states of being of artillery. Gods or victims. With very little, if anything, in the middle of those 2 states. Now they are going to send their entire army to go for my left-hand flank, aren't they? Jesus. Seems like a little bit of an overreaction to me, but if you say so. I mean, I'm more than happy to take advantage of the fact that you have left your artillery completely bare, as that is one of the greater annoyances over here, so fine by me. And let's begin collapsing the right flank in on whatever infantry is left. I will say, those little free infantry Jaegers have actually done quite well. And there goes the cuirassiers. Boom. And boom. And that's all she wrote on that flank. Right. We are now just going to have a mass glomp of dudes over here. And attacking columns. Alright, cuirassiers. Go ahead and chase down the remnants of the infantry, if you so please. And since we're already over here. Refocus the artillery on the last remaining infantry unit too. General is slightly exposed, but it's fine. It's not like the enemy's going to shoot at him or anything. That would be silly. That would be extraordinarily silly. They would never do such a thing. The poor skirmishers get beaten up in every fight, but they always trade well. Even if they are the primary victims of every encounter. Another day, another 720 bucks. Food, thank you. As an officer, campaign visibility, shoot and scoot. Oh, so oh damn, I thought that was like an actual like fire node, but it's just a doctrine thing, isn't it? Oh, that's a bit disappointing. I was hoping that would be something that my units could actually like do, you know, shoot and scoot. Because that would have been nice. Winter is coming. Winter's a month off, and the first snowfall expected. Your army will travel slow, visibility will be limited, and food consumption will increase. Store sufficient provisions and prepare for hardship. Waiting out the season is not an option. Must secure the region before we can go into winter quarters. Oh. Okay, so if you delay the enemy army by too much, the game will punish you for that as well. That's a bit gay. I mean, I get that the game doesn't want you to just, like, delay it inevitably, I guess, but that feels somewhat arbitrary. I mean, it's not arbitrary, because, you know, it's winter. Winter will eventually arrive, I get that, but Morale damage received, move speed 5, new, industrious, prudent, accurate, eager. I don't like any of these. I mean, melee 5 is not a big deal. Command efficiency come down. I don't like that. Command effectiveness 5. Eager, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not great either. I think I'll just take the cheap guy. Nice. And now I have another infantry unit. There's actually only so much food in the region too, so you do gotta get a move on eventually. Right, first, you will have yourself a nice pair of stakes to hide behind, because I like stakes and I like hiding behind them. And after you've gotten your stakes to hide behind, you can get a musket. You have one musket. Yeah, I like those better. More cover. I like cover. Cover is good. Ooh, plus 20 cover bonus and max range. Nice. I like that a lot. Cuirassier sword, basic, 612, 812, 612. Better long-term melee. I like it. 8-8, 10-6. That's fine. You can have some water rations. And what about the artillery? Ramrod? Max range? I mean, for a Lycon, that's not a bad idea. Because they've got terrible range, because they basically kind of howitzer kind of things. Match range 5%. Oh. Never mind, you can't actually use that, apparently. Or it's you can only have one of them. Right, max range 378. 360. Is that worth it? Nah. Not really. Not really, no. Oh, you can't have that. Cover and charge resistance is not necessarily all that valuable on menus like these. I will buy that and give them a glance, though. More charge. More charge is good. And did you get your final level? You didn't. Fucking filth. God damn it. Any cool land milits recruits? I mean, I wouldn't mind more infantry, but I don't feel the pressing urge for any more infantry either. I don't like stuff that reduces my stamina. Because stamina reduces, I'm assuming, everything. So having something on you that reduces your stamina is basically just a way to reduce all of your abilities long term. Quartermaster. Accuracy. Morale. Outer house. Canister rounds. Quartered musket balls. Buckshot rounds. Buck and ball. Buck and ball round. I mean, if you gave that to your skirmishers, they would have an absolutely ludicrous accuracy, wouldn't they? Like, if you gave that and that to your skirmishers, that would be an absolutely ridiculously high amount of damage, but they'd need to be super stupidly close to the enemy, and so far my skirmishers have really not been in a position where that's a good idea, but... But fuck it, it's a cute idea, and I want to try it. Right, where's the other one? That's that. That's the one. Fuck it, I'll just give you another one. Because, I mean, that would give them an accuracy of like 60, 70, 80, 85? 85 when they're upgraded? It's a lot of accuracy. Also, I do need guns for the farm friends. I don't really... Oh, there aren't any guns around, are they? No, they're not. Oh, gunsmith, maybe. Potsdam carbines. Prussian fire excellent reload, port charge. Well, it is a carbine, so... And we do need a carbine. Any other good muskets? Neustad musket. Austrian farmer, good range, poor reload. The reload is 43 seconds. How? That is fucking terrible. Poor range, 126, 137. I feel like a lot of these muskets aren't quite what they're made. I would love a comparison window. Like 19, 125, 42. 19, 125, 42. Okay, so yeah, no, like they're still basically upgrades. Yeah, let's get some of those. Draken's dogs. You're going to be Palatine Grenadiers eventually, so I don't want to give you the great weapons. But you can have them, and you can have them, because it's a nice big upgrade for you. Neustadt Musket. You could use something with more accuracy. But they don't really have anything with more accuracy, right? Let's buy a fancy socket bayonet for Draken's dogs for their eventual future as proper infantry. And I'll give them the boots too. There you go. Booties. So John's car bombers have been running out of stamina all the time. Do I have anything that gives them stamina? Not really. I can improve their reload. Oh. Oh, actually, cover. Yes, cover is useful. Speaking of, replenish troops. Not enough, right? Well. Make sure we're actually replenishing what we need first and foremost then. Prepared. Ammunition consumption 25. Reload speed. That's not actually that useful. Orderly is nice, but God, he really did not turn into much of a cavalry commander, did he? Inspiring. Move speed. Officer death. Melee damage received 5. Veterans gained 5. My officers have ended up as less than absolutely ideal, I will say. Right. Do I want a Imperial land milits? I kind of do. Yes. Let's use what's little is left of our money on that. Then we can go kill that patrol army. Fucking horror. Wait. Why are you doing this to me? Just go the... Why did you do me dirty like this? Although, well, I guess it does let me pop in here and buy extra resources, I suppose. Well, I wanted to get like a tiny bit more resources before I headed off to the final battle, but I guess that might get complicated. Guts of Rivia, much love from the United Arab Emirates. Thanks for fighting the good fight against GW. How you have fans even here, Arch. Oh, thank you very much, sir. Honestly, I've been considering moving to your part of the fucking world. I swear to God, I'm not even kidding anymore. Like, the Middle East, or well, not the Middle East, but the Arab Emirates, like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they've just become the new West, in my opinion. I look at their growth, I look at their tax rates, so it's, wow, yeah, no, this is how it used to be over here until we fucking ruined it all. I'm deeply jealous. No cavalry, ooh, okay. I do like the no cavalry part. I do like the no cavalry part. And then we just crush the rest of them with horses. Because why not? We can, so why wouldn't we just crush the rest of them with horses? Yeah. It is only natural that we crush them with horses. Jitse's Rizzers is the worst name of anything I have ever seen in my life. And we're gonna try out those skirmishers. So they can now change between buckshot and round shot. Okay. Now, ideally, they'll engage the car bombers whilst they blast them in the flank. Did you ever get the friend the fire carbines? I don't know if I did. Nope, I didn't. Right, well, they still don't. Right, I'll need to remember that. I need to remember to not sell their carbines too, because that's also a very large possibility. Oh. Don't come after me, go after the infant. Oh, I didn't unlimber the artillery. Right. Please shoot at the enemy. Please fire upon the foe, most unworthy that they are. Freikorps, Freikorps. Oh, they're both Freikorps. Okay. Well, in that case... Right, load the buck. And smash. That is a very short range they get out of that. And smash. And that's all of the enemy's little cavalry, or infantry, or something. Right. Double time it. We're gonna try basically a point-blank fucking volley of this buckshot shit. And see how it works out. Alright, boys. Impress me. Oh, you're not done reloading yet. Oh, no, no, no! Right, so note to self, when you change ammunition type, your troops do actually need to physically change the ammunition type before they can fire their weapons. That makes a lot of sense, but it wasn't something I'd considered up until now. Oh no, I don't... Fuck. I was going to see how those things worked, but the enemy army retreated before I had a fucking chance to. Okay, well, just give me ammo and money, and give those poor little horse botherers their guns already. There, you may have your weapons now. Congratulations. Oh god, they're so close. They're so painfully close. You, come back here. So close. If only the enemy didn't surrender so goddamn quickly, this would be a lot easier. And then we did battle on a giant flat fucking field. Right. Here, over there. Any horses? No, nothing. Nothing that can bother me. Perfect. Nothing that can interrupt my beautiful experiment. So remember to reload before we get going. This time for sure, I will find out if the buckshot thingies work and if they're good. The reload does take absolutely, literally forever, though. I'd prefer it if you'd shoot the Archire's car bombers instead of them. They're kind of valuable and stuff. Yeah. Shoot the basic infantry instead of my pretty little skirmishers, you shits. Alright, farm friends, go kill the enemy artillery. Go kill those. Go kill those. Okay, well, they sort of are shooting at something else. Right, let's just get close and see what happens. Buckshot rounds. Come on. Impress me. Not bad, not bad, not bad. 115 kills in the first volley. Yeah, not bad, not bad. No, 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 don't break them. Don't break them, god damn it. Do not break them. Right. Second volley, 115 kills in the first one. What are you waiting for? There you go. Yep. Yep. Yeah, no, okay, yep, yeah, we can more or less, we can more or less state that buckshot rounds do indeed work pretty damn well. And Guts of Rivia, welcome to the Bridge Gods. Welcome to the Bridge God Worshippers. You are now worshippers of the bridge. I'm also sad that this game doesn't have bridge battles. That always upsets me. No bridge battles. I gotta take the veterancy. I need those little shits to level up. You're fucking kidding me. They're 42 points away from leveling. Why, God, why? Here, take these. Use them as fucking 50 experience. 50 experience away from leveling. God damn it. Okay, well, at least the army is basically, it's got everything it wants. Got the second Imperial Land Militia. Do you have a powder house here? Yeah, do I? Yeah, right. Yeah, buy that. Get rid of some of this. For that. Better swords would be nice, but I shan't worry about that just now. Right, get you your nice little cover thingies. Those are boots. You can't hide behind boots. Oh, you've got worn muskets. Let's just give you some usurping muskets then. There's a light socket bayonet. Medicinal herbs. If anybody needs medicinal herbs, it's probably the cavalry, honestly. Yeah, here they tend to take some casualties. Iron ramrod. Actually, that would be perfect for the skirmishers. Yeah, let's switch that out, and you can get the veterancy gain thingy instead. And move speed and stamina. Alright, let's make sure we've got plenty of reserves. And then let's go fight the final enemy. The last boss. The field army. Winter! Will not lift until we take the region. Ah, yes, so that is the no, you don't get to grind anymore now. You're going to go and fight the enemy. Well, don't worry, video game. I'm on it. I'm doing it. Right, what are we up against? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 artillery batteries. Oof. That's, ugh. Along with 3 units of cavalry. 4 artillery batteries. Ugh. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Ooh. The battle map does change. And wow, that is... I feel like I've received less and less color cover every battle that has proceeded, but this might actually be the worst one yet. That's just a flat field. That is actually just a flat fucking field. Very well. Right. I do have a hill here, which I could potentially put my cannons on. Is there any reason not to put my cannons on that hill? I'm kind of thinking no. No, that hill is like the sole piece of strategic terrain on this side of the fucking map. So I think we'll put the artillery on it. Right, we have 2 units of grenadiers, although the Württemberg grenadiers are nowhere near as good as the Silver's Gleaming Guard. Still, 65 accuracy, 64 morale, 55 melee, 47 charge. It's nowhere near as good, but it's pretty good. You might want to use those to crack a flank here. All of my basic infantry has mobile cover, which is nice. I'm thinking what is on the enemy's extreme right? Veteran musketeers. Okay. Veteran musketeers. Alright, let's have the Silver Guard and the Württemberg Guard on the left-hand side of the river then to crack that. And the Jaegers, there's too much cavalry to have the Jaegers out front. We have basically exact parity. But I'm pretty sure my cavalry will come out on top in a straight-up cavalry and cavalry fight, so we're going to mass the horses on the right alongside the Jaegers. Feel free to scooch just a tiny bit further forward. Form into attack columns. Right, so there's some cover on the right hand of the battlefield, which is nice. In fact, I might align myself a bit more like this and rely on the grenadiers to clear up the left-hand flank. Right, considering how devastating that buckshot was, I think we're gonna load Buck. No. Let's not get them out too far. I don't want to bait the enemy artillery into starting to hit them too early. Right, the enemy have just entered range of our long artillery, our 12-pounders. Beautiful little beasts. You've reloaded, Buck. Excellent. Get you ready to scoot around on the right flank. The enemy artillery is still out of range, so if they just want to let me hit them with my cannons for a little bit, I'm not going to object. Perfectly happy with that, of course. Let's zero in on some of their horses. A very methodical, very cautious advance from the Prussians today. They're clearly not quite that confident. Oh god, I don't... when that artillery deploys, though, that is really going to start sucking some ass. That's a lot of artillery. Alright, the enemy is weakening their right flank. That seems like a fucking terrible mistake to me, but... very well. It's not my problem. Ow! Why are you shooting at my fucking general, you cheaty shits? You're not supposed to do that. He's my general. He's supposed to be, you know, immune to that stuff. Right, one enemy unit of... what is that? Dragoons is moving in on the flank. I'm not too worried. I'm pretty sure the Silver Guard will be more than capable of taking care of that. In fact... let's give them some grenades. And a point-blank volley of musketry. Let's get the charge off. I'm assuming that unit of dragoons are going to want to interfere sooner rather than later, but it'll be too late to save this unit. Too late to save the next unit in line 2. Yeah, that buckshot is pretty fucking good. That buckshot is pretty fucking spicy. I mean, the fact that I have to use it outside of any form of cover is deeply problematic, but still. Yes, feel free to face me. punch some hand grenades into your ranks. Okay, give them another volley of the buck. That mobile cover is so fucking useful. Okay. Here the Dragoons come. I'm assuming and hoping they'll be able to withstand that, and I'm relatively sure they will. Okay, let's get that charge over. Attacking columns. Right, hussars, deal with the Prussian musketeers. Start approaching their cavalry. Now that unit will be dealt with, swing the Jaegers around. Yeah, they should be able to hold that off. Excellent, excellent. There we go. Right, we've got a couple units of enemy cavalry over there still, but they should not be much of a match for my cavalry sweeping around their sides now. 304 kills, very, very nice. Right, horse lovers. Go straight for their guns. No reason not to. Nice big cavalry fights. But cavalry fight is pretty much determined before it even got started. And so all of the enemy artillery becomes victims and slaughtered. Attacking columns. Right. I'll move those back. We target the artillery to support the grenadiers, who have, as usual, gotten their shit kicked in by the sheer number of enemies. And holy fuck, these skirmishers are sitting at 448 kills. Yeah, I think our buckshot experiment can be declared a pretty solid success overall. Have the grenadiers. Let's see the effect of another nice volley. Yeah, buckshot works pretty well. That's 534 kills now. Buckshot's pretty good. Okay, you guys hold fire. You're gonna need to repel that cavalry. Oh, that was not quite what I intended, but it doesn't matter. It worked out pretty well anyways. Never mind, never mind. Excellent. 654 kills. Yeah. Buckshot fucking skirmishers, each one wielding the equivalent of a shotgun, is very effective. Good to know. Good to know. And that is the end of the bad people. There, all of the nice little units are alive. I think, what is it? Gwimbus and Guts of Rivia didn't get their own units. Because we ran out of, well, shit to fight before then. Remind me next time we do a game where we name units, and I'll name some after you. As that, I believe, is the end of Act 1 then. Choose your doctrine. Generate 8 ammunition daily, thoughts I live 1. Sanitary conditions, attrition 50. Military 50. I mean, 8 ammo for 1, so that's 80 ammo for 10, or 800 ammo for 100. That's pretty good. And I do use a lot of fucking ammunition, so. Saxon army unlocked. Oh, okay. Huh. Did I save? I saved it. And, okay, so I guess the campaign is more or less endless, so that every time you win, you move on to the next thing, and that's kind of how it goes. I wonder if there's a way to, like, you know, win a war, like, permanently? Because that would be kind of fun, too. Maybe that, like, or is that me? Is that my flag? I think that might be my flag. So I unlocked something. Take me back to the menu, which I'm assuming this does. Ah, okay. So whenever you finish a campaign, you unlock a new, like, starting army. That's nice. So this one. Saxon army. Complex difficulty. Difficult. Okay. Saxon veteran, Saxon battalion, Saxon chevaucheurs. Alright, so it's mostly just like a slightly different start with slightly different gear and slightly different dudes. Mustering state generate 50% more reservists. Regiments must be purchased using reservists instead of thalas. That's actually kind of good, though. I mean, because then you can use all of your money on, you know, upgrades. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. And the auxiliary corps. Armed Princess. Receive 1 weighted random unit when an officer is purchased. Units and officer 150% more expensive. Okay, that's kind of painful. Right, so, some conclusions then at the end of an act. The campaign system is really cool. I like the campaign system a lot. I like going around, finding things, looting things, getting items, customizing my units, dressing them up in funny colors. All of that is very, 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 very nice. I like it. It's cool. It feels fun to play, and I'm interested in playing more. But the battles are really boring. They're fun at first, but there's not that many strategies available here. Cavalry is incredibly good and don't need to really be used with any degree of caution. You know, they can pretty much just ride down any unit they're opposed to here. And eventually I'm sure the enemy will buff their units more, but that... It kind of just puts you in a situation where, you know, your units are just getting weaker compared to the enemy, so it's not great either. Skirmishes are kind of fun, but due to the enemies not having units, they can simply throw whatever they want at you and they don't give a shit because it's not their manpower. Using them, they become more like line infantry, which is what I use them as there. Like, kind of like end of line infantry to begin rolling things up, whilst protected by the cavalry to beat off any enemy cavalry. And there's no reason whatsoever why you would want to use strategic reserves here. The enemy army is too large. The enemy doesn't use any form of reserves whatsoever. They simply come at you in one long line. And so if you don't come at them in one long line, you're just kind of gimping yourself. Which means that every battle ends up being pretty similar to the previous one. And I don't see how that's going to vary too much from faction to faction. There might be some things that some factions do slightly better, but I doubt that the basic combat gameplay loop is going to change drastically from faction to faction. I'd be very, very, very surprised if it did. And it kind of just makes it into a very basic Total War-esque style game, which isn't bad, but I feel like there's a lot more you could have done with this era. And it all basically comes down to like key problems like we don't know how to make AI utilize strategic reserves. We don't know how to do skirmishing properly. We don't know how to introduce a system of ordered units rather than simply just having two states, which is active and fighting or running away. So I'm not even blaming the game for that. I'm just saying that is a general problem with this game and most other strategy games. Still, it's certainly not a bad game. The only problem... Dachshund. Dachshund. Hund, Dachs. Dachshund. Dachshund. Anyways, the only problem is, in this case, weirdly enough, usually it is the strategic element that lets down the game. In this game, it's the combat, it's the battle elements that lets down the strategic elements. I would like to see them do more with that, maybe larger armies with reserves, reworked AI. One nice thing will be to give units different forms of firing drills. Now, I don't know if they'd figured out a lot of that during this particular time period, but things like firing and advancing, or skirmishing by falling away, or platoon fire, stuff like that could be nice. Give the units a little bit more flair rather than, oh, this one aims 10 points better. Like, okay, but... does that really make the unit feel different, So, would I recommend it? What was the price for this game? Let me see, what's the price? $30. Okay, for $30, you'll probably get your money's worth out of it. I mean, I imagine that after, 2 acts, 10, 15 hours, you're probably gonna be sick of the combat. So, I'm gonna give it a maybe. I'm gonna give it a big maybe. I don't know. How would I score this game? Now, see, that's actually difficult because... that is actually rather difficult. Because I don't want to... That is genuinely a bit of a difficult question. Because it's... how do you score a game where one part of the game is really good and the other part of the game is really what doesn't make you want to play? I'd probably give it, 7? 6.5, 7, maybe? Something along those lines? Oh, it's resized my thumbnail. All you've got now is a claw and an evil-looking harpy eye. You know what? That works out. 6.5 to a 7, maybe? I feel like that's almost generous. Yeah, 6, maybe. Because it's not a bad game, it's maybe a slightly above average, but it's not a particularly standout game either. And compared to the other games available in the strategy market, it feels difficult to recommend this over most other similar titles. Now, there is one strength in that there are no directly similar titles about this era. So if you are a particular fan of this period in time, then, well, guess what? This is your only option. So I guess that 6 for everybody else, and a 7 for anyone who's particularly interested in the era itself. Yeah. That sounds reasonable. Reasonable-esque. Anyways, that has been Master of Command. Thank you all very much for watching. Thank you for your generous donations. And I will see you all again tomorrow with the Archcast, as per usual. Until then, chat, have a very good night.